मी इज बैक वी इज बैक लंड मेरा ले लो भाई यो फैट वर्सेस फिट में क्या देख रहा था हिस्ट्री मेरा
positive community anymore. Personally, I would say I champion body diversity because it's all encompassing. It's inclusive of what everybody, is doing within their journey. When I expressed the desire to lose weight, another plus size individual that I used to be friends with was just like, well, I don't feel like I can share your content because I'm not sure how my followers are going to perceive this. I think it might be triggering for them and stuff like that. And my response to it was, well, if you're championing body positivity, then what I'm doing should not be a problem, because the entire time that I've been advocating for people that look like me or people who have been othered in any capacity in general is that all bodies are good bodies. What we do with our body is what matters.
He thought he ate on that statement too.
Yeah, he's trying to eat a lot of these statements up. Oh shit, my bad.
He's eating up a lot of statements.
Like he'll say something and then he'll look around like if he just did something.
All bodies are good bodies, but it's what you do in that body that matters. Did y'all get that?
Clip that for TikTok, Liz. Somebody's gonna clip that, right?
Overweight people, specifically the woke body positivity movement, fluid, whatever, they're some of the most judgmental people. Like he just said there, his obese friend said that if you start losing weight, I can't f with you anymore because it might trigger my audience.
I do think the Jubilee could have, or it might have been hard to get them there or whatever, but like even a fatter person. Because if you think about the scale of like fit versus fat, fit, you got the G.I. Joe end of the scale fit, but fat, you didn't really get the end of the scale fat. So it's like when you're debating, you're almost debating more towards it. I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
The green guy is pretty big though.
All right, let's bring in our disagreeers.
So there's not a single problem.
Oh no, I'm not saying there's not a single problem. To me, body positivity is more about bodily autonomy. Like you were mentioning wanting to lose weight. My whole thing is like, yeah, it's your body, do whatever you want with it. I don't think I as a human being have a right to tell any of you what to do with your bodies. Body positivity kind of comes in and go, okay, you as a human being have inherent value. Just in the fact that you are a conscious soul on this planet, you have an inherent value. You are within a vessel of your body that you do have control over, but at the same time, you're not less valuable to society or from the standpoint of the soul for what your body looks like.
When I'm speaking about body positivity, I'm talking about the over acceptance and encouragement of being obese.
So I personally, again, I'm not super online, have not seen anybody pro-obesity ever.
Go to Target and look at all the things.
Posters.
Mannequins. The mannequins are obese now.
There's obese men in athletic gear. Why, when I was 10 years old, never saw plus size man, woman mannequins? Why? It's just weird to me.
The body positivity movement wasn't a thing until recently, and then that's why everyone just, and then, oh, it's fine, and then everyone gets bigger.
Fitness culture can be toxic. Agree or step forward?
Here we all are again. Hey,
let's hear from the Jack guy.
100%. I think you can perpetuate so many themes that are so unhealthy. Like there's so many images online of people that post in like the best lighting with a pump. That is the societal norm of like what's good, and it even like affects me because I'll see people and I'm like, oh, I look like garbage compared to that. I think that right now it's like there's a lot of
Go right to them.
I look like garbage compared to this.
There's a lot of misinformation online when it comes to like how to get fit, how to stay in shape, and a lot of people are monetizing it. These like crazy fad diets, like you can't eat certain things, carbs are bad, fruit has sugar in it, so it's going to make you fat. So like now food is almost being weaponized, and then to be monetized so that you buy their ebook to tell you the exact secret, code in order to lose weight. So fitness is an industry, right? So people are incentivized to say whatever that is to make money.
Well, there's misinformation, but is that toxic? I don't know about it being toxic necessarily, in my opinion.
Unless there's one influencer that's really telling you that you can't eat carbs, it's going to cause this, or you can't eat fruits because it's going to add too much sugar, and then maybe somebody truly believes you can't trust these foods now.
What's his name? Sam Sulek taking taking steroids out the wazoo, he's doing that because he wants to. My interpretation of that, is that toxic if I'm like, oh, I want to do steroids now? I mean, that's just my own choice. That's just humans living their own life. I don't know.
But I don't think that represents what fitness culture
Fitness
is.
culture. That's a subset. That's a subset of fitness culture. Whereas getting fit, how could there ever be anything toxic about that? There's misinformation, there's different personalities, there's people pushing courses and a bunch of bullshit, but is that inherently
I think fitness
toxic?
It's inherently supposed to be good and positive.
I guess I wouldn't personally view it as toxic.
When you are fat, out of shape, etc., the people, and if they don't get to know you and talk to you and have a conversation with you, they're going to assume certain things. That's just the world that we live in.
Just to dig a little deeper into that.
As you think it is.
So you're not drawing from a personal experience at all?
No, I'm speaking fairly objectively that these are the conversations that people have behind closed doors, but they don't want to say out loud because for fear of cancellation, for fear of coming off as an asshole, etc. I'm just saying how people really feel, but they're scared to say it.
Coming from whether the fitness space can be toxic or not, the shame attitude has kept a lot of people out of it. I've been doing fad diets since I was 12 years old. I was put on Weight Watchers. I did Atkins. I did paleo. I did everything you could possibly imagine. And not until I started following other influencers that were more proactive based on, I want to be around for my daughter for as long as I possibly can be. I want to give my body the function it needs. Like just that basic mind shift. Hey, life can get a lot better if you do kind of focus on your health a little more instead of you're a fat piece of shit, you need to change. To me, I don't know everyone in the fitness industry, but I know for me personally, it totally changed my relationship with fitness when I started realizing that it was a gross benefit instead of a punishment I had to put onto myself for not being disciplined enough. For people like you to maybe respect me, who, again, we don't know each other in reality. So why am I destroying my life so you will respect me one day?
Well, going to the gym and training isn't going to destroy your life.
And it does.
It's going to enhance it, if anything.
But I'm saying,
that's what I was saying.
Do that. It wasn't until someone told me about those enhancements and kind of approached it with more of an empathetic way of being.
No one needs to tell you about the benefits of working out. Like, you know that, like, since you're a kid. PE.
Yes.
Like, you know, no one needs to tell you that.
I think in some ways, I feel like a lot of us can relate to this. Like when we were younger, if I wouldn't say it was shame, but I wasn't necessarily like happy with the way I look, and that kind of motivated me to get into fitness in the first place, right? And we're talking this was like in high school, so I think to some degree, shame that's not put on by others could be helpful, right? It has to be something within yourself that can motivate you.
I'll speak on the shame thing too, because the shame that I guess embodied came from myself. So when I was on my weight loss journey and I was like losing weight, the day that I weigh in and like the scale read 1 pound over, like I would take those pills that make you shit, literally, to like lose that extra pound to see. Like, so going back to the toxic situation, that's where I got fucked up, because I would do things in response to me not getting that positive stimulus to hurt myself ultimately.
It's a very natural response to inadequacy, and it tells people that, hey, maybe I need to change. Like being bullied as a man, being shamed, it's a good thing because it stimulates you to change and make a better difference most of the time.
But some people don't respond. Like some people, when they get shamed, they get shut down, and now they proceed further into that negative, behavior, because it's not something, as Zach and everybody else was mentioning, that was positive to bridge that gap.
That's a part of the masculine journey, is overcoming adversity.
It's not a talk of masculinity, bro. It's just like
being a pussy and being like, okay, I'm going to prove you wrong. And this is the thing, it makes or breaks you. Not everyone's going to win. We need winners and we need losers.
It is true that some people, when shamed, will use it as fuel and then become great. Some people get shamed and bullied and shut down, and that's the end of them. But that's it. That's true.
And it's almost maybe underlying things you got to work through to be able to make that decision on how to take that, because it's either way you can do it.
And it's like, well, I don't respond to shame.
Yeah, like some people don't respond to it.
Okay, I mean, that's
sorry.
What you want me to do?
There's people that shame us all the time in the comments.
I can't control that shit. Even if we said nothing, but just.
You could say YouTube is toxic then. We could say, is YouTube toxic? Well, yeah, because the commenters will say whatever they want. Anybody can say
and
whatever.
Some content creators don't know how to take it very well. Well, yeah,
and we stopped posting because we felt too much shame, and now I can't deal with it.
If you can put yourself in a position where where you have a coach, a fitness coach. They don't shame you. They're never mean to you or anything. And they say everything just the way you want them to say it. And that's what you respond to and you get in shape. That's great. However, the real world won't coddle you the way that you need to be spoken to. It's not reality. You're going to have teachers. You're going to have different people in your career that are not going to speak to you the way that aligns with your personality and your specific way that you operate. So the shame thing, you're going to get shamed regardless. And even doing what we do on YouTube and stuff, where you're getting shame comments every video, I think it's, if anything, it's only helped make us stronger people in general.
I'm a coach. There has to be tough love. Like, if you're not doing the things you're supposed to be doing, I have to be a little bit harder on you. But that's not gonna start your journey, me being like, you're a fat piece of shit. Whereas like, if we get into it and we're 3 months in and you're not making progress because there's a lot of things you're not doing that we're coaching you on, then of course there's gonna be some tough love. There's gonna be some extra accountability. But I think there's a difference between accountability and tough love.
Well, what's the difference between tough love and shame? You could argue it's the same exact thing.
And how can the fat people even speak on fitness culture?
They can't.
Right?
Well, they're not in it.
I would not like to be on the other side. If that's true for you, come forward.
I wonder if any fat people. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Oh.
When I was in high school, they do your graduation photos, and they had a saying, and my saying was, my worst nightmare would be if I gained 10 pounds of fat. Literally, grade 12, I remember it clear as day. I was already a competitive bodybuilder, and so
You never did?
I mean, yeah, it's completely unacceptable to be fat as a man, man. It's completely unacceptable. It's just so many problems with it. I've been fat, I've been skinny, and I've been in shape, and I will pick being in shape every single time. Just like if you have someone that's rich versus someone that's poor, they will pick being rich every single time. And the thing is that most fat people, not all, but most, have never even seen their abs. They've never seen what their body is capable of. They've never been actually happy with their physique. And once you get that taste, you're never gonna wanna go back. And then on top of that, you're gonna wanna go ahead and tell all those fat asses that you were once friends with, you need to get in shape. This is awesome. But the reality—
Yo! He just starts walking back to the group.
To strive.
Yo, not the why did the editor do that?
Cut to him.
I mean, if I was president, hell, I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp so they can concentrate on dieting and exercising, because being fat is completely not acceptable. I'd have these people back in shape. Because what people don't also understand is that fat people bring a big burden on the healthcare system. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease, etc. It's a big problem.
Do you really mean that, or are you just saying that?
Oh my God.
Of course he means
Clearly.
that, bro. He didn't question any of the fat people like that.
I hear what you're saying. I guess there's a distinction between having opinions about how COVID was handled and genuinely believing that all fat people should be in a concentration camp.
Yes,
And
a
I just wanna make
concentration
sure-
camp. Let me be clear. I'm talking about a concentration camp where they're concentrating on diet and exercise.
Sounds mean, it sounds crazy with those words, but he actually is trying to save the people.
I don't think the guy's ever been around Myron, so he thinks he's probably trolling. I don't think he actually even knows.
It's
He probably
like-
thinks he's
yeah.
being crazy, but he's like, no, he's just saying it in a different type of analogy.
It's like saying I want to get someone with an addiction to a rehab center. Like,
Well, you don't really mean that, though.
no, yeah, I do mean that. I want to help them.
Well, the words you said there, I didn't like how they sounded. So you must be wrong.
I also would not want to be spewing out stuff just to hopefully get a viral clip.
He thought he said something with that,
Bro,
too.
he really thinks he's. Bro, Tevin thinks he's been dropping.
I wouldn't be saying anything for a viral clip.
Clip me saying that.
And you know, on the Jubilee comments, they're gonna praise him. And it's like, dude, you've been clip farming, bruh.
He put his best fit on to get some clips today.
And Myron's not doing that for clips. He actually was saying while it's not realistic, a very interesting take on what it would take to get a bunch of
That would
fat
never
people.
happen, but he's just trying to make an extreme scenario.
Right? He would never be president. That's why he said, if I was president.
Yes.
That's obviously just an analogy.
I've gone through habits.
यार you हेलो भाई तेरे फोन पे कोड आएगा दियो क्यों भाई क्यों आएगा मैं YouTube प्रीमियम खरीद रहा हूँ VPN लगा के मेरा नंबर नहीं लग रहा आ रहा है कि यूज्ड टू मेनी टाइम्स हां देता हूं मैं तेरे को नंबर दे देना अबे नंबर नया नहीं चलता ना अपना दे 1 मिनट चेंज कर दूंगा मैं ना दे भाई अबे भोसड़ी की ये क्या बात हो गई भाई आज हां भाई अपना नंबर ना दे सकता अबे बहन जो साले वर्किंग नंबर देता हूं मेरा दूसरा नंबर अबे वो नहीं चलता ना वेरीफाई नहीं होता गूगल पे भाई मेरा अपना नहीं चल रहा नहीं तो मैं अपना करता भाई गूगल अकाउंट बनाया ना तूने हां मैं तेरे को बताता हूं भाई वो चलेगा भाई बोल जल्दी बोल 587 316 5257. 5527. कोड दे कोड आ गया बोल लिख 25253103 हो गया ओए हो गया बोलना नहीं था रुक हाँ ये ठीक है चल ठीक है ओके
having eating disorders from chewing gum and drinking water and starving myself in different ways to achieve something. Like when I was dancing, my dance teacher blatantly told me, if you don't lose a certain amount of weight, I'm kicking you out of the showcase. So what did? I resorted to everything that I could possibly do to cut pounds like crazy. And it wasn't sustainable. It really screwed with me mentally, but I was doing it, and of course, like...
You probably were doing it uneducated and didn't actually do it properly. You can lose weight in a very efficient...
And people will be very easy on themselves. They'll do 10 push-ups a day and be like, okay, I worked out for today.
He just probably got hungry and was like, this, and it was traumatic for him because he's so used to eating a lot. I'm not saying it's easy, like, oh, just do that, everything's fine, you'll feel great. No, it's gonna be painful.
So I feel like he would switch sides if it meant doing it naturally. Like he's obviously natural, he's natural.
That's what I'm saying.
Obviously not.
I would switch sides if it meant that I could do it in a healthy way.
Yeah, you can.
And I mean, obviously, like I expressed it, I'm working on that.
He's not, though.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Like, excellence and comfort cannot coexist.
That's a bar.
You want to be the top guy, you got to be able to be comfortable being uncomfortable. As far as like weight loss, because you said I'm just saying things to get a viral clip, how would you deal with the obesity problem?
Like I said, pouring life into people.
What the hell does that mean? I've never heard that in my life.
What pouring life is like, what would that actually look like?
As someone who creates content online, I share what it is that I do in the gym. I share my routine. I talk about like, hey, today was a shit day, but guess what? I pushed past that and I just benched 405. That's more than I would.
Well, what if I told you at the camp, everyone's exercising together and they're inspiring each other?
But
Same thing.
You approached it at such a negative way.
How's that negative?
You approached it from a place of shame. And like most of us have blatantly told you that shame didn't really work. Shame is what led me to unsustainable weight loss. When what we're looking for is stability.
Whose fault is that you decided to go an unsustainable route with dieting? Whose fault?
So if I was given a timeline that I needed to meet and I'm trying to figure out without also having the tools to do so the proper way, and I'm just grasping at straws on how I do it, yeah, it's not sustainable.
Yeah, so whose fault is it that they chose an unsustainable route to lose weight? That's your fault.
It's
See, the
an
problem is that you're a
amalgamation.
professional victim. I don't know if you've caught on to this, but you're a professional victim. You constantly blame others for your inadequacies and why you're fat. The reason why you're fat...
I haven't blamed not one person for where I am.
Yeah, because you're always like, oh, it's tough and all this other stuff. The reality is this, man. You eat too much,
I'm
you don't
trying to
exercise
figure out
enough.
where these misconceptions about me are.
Again, you can say whatever you want to say.
I do want to press.
Like I said, I called you out on it, and I said,
I said you're doing this for a viral clip. No, he's not.
They can't take accountability for why they're fat.
really sad.
We got to pause.
It was getting good. The woman who was running your dance studio or whatever said, brother, you need to lose weight, else I'm kicking you out. Then he went online and probably did nothing and just said, well, let me just starve myself.
But that was shame to him, though? Bro, you got to toughen up a little bit.
And it was his own choice to do it in a reckless, unsustainable, starving and eating grapes and water for 2 days. And there's YouTube and there's Google. You can type in how to sustainably lose weight.
No, but his thing is there's no, I don't have access to the tools.
Apparently he doesn't have a phone, internet, Google.
How are you able to get like a fit and different chains and know what websites those things are on? And
can't find a fit.
Upload it
to lose some weight.
You're a YouTuber content creator that uploads content but doesn't know
We
how
have
to
a job, so you have money, so you can go buy the necessary stuff.
Those type of statements are almost insulting to the people who actually have really incredible difficulties that they have to overcome to be fit. I've seen people with no arms and no legs and missing shit, and they're in incredible shape. And I'm like, holy shit. That's the thing. People are gonna make excuses for the shit that they want to make excuses about.
Bro, there's a dude actually, yeah, with no lower half body, and he's shredded.
That's why Myron said you're a professional victim.
Because his excuse earlier was, well, I just don't know if I want to transition my career because I'm a fat person.
Yeah, first it was that.
So what is it?
And then it was he doesn't have the tools all of a
They
sudden.
don't have the tools. But then it was also, well, some people just can't lose weight like that easily.
And then it was, well, you shamed me, and that's not how I'm going to lose weight. So you need to be nicer to me.
I felt really good about myself, and now that I've fallen back,
So he's 300 plus.
I don't understand. Like, you were 273, feeling great. How
Yeah.
did you get back? Like, I'm curious.
Yeah.
genuinely curious.
No, absolutely.
How does that happen?
So when I started my weight loss journey, I was very focused. Like, I can't take any outside help. Like, I got to do this on my own. I did all the research myself. So my problem was when I would hit plateaus, it hit hard because I'm like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Why not cutting weight? So eventually I hit enough plateaus to where like my mentality was just breaking down.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with the prompt just saying like, I probably wouldn't go extreme like on your side of the spectrums and that kind of stuff, but I would like to look like ideal for me.
It's ideal for me. By the way,
I'm just going to say it, the elephant in the room. Every fat person would want to be in shape. The problem is that they're not willing to do what's required to get in shape, hence why they are fat.
It's abundantly clear what you think. Like we've got.
Kudos to you.
They gotta cut him off quick.
The host, man, it's like.
now the host is a full-blown op because it's abundantly clear what you think. It's abundantly clear what the other motherfuckers think.
He has something against Myron.
He does.
Your physique is in your control. Can the agreeers please step forward?
So long story short, in 2018, I got to my heaviest weight, which was 441 pounds.
Whoa!
My weight had built like a cage around my mind. So even things that I knew were good for me, I couldn't even like go for it because my mentality was just so messed up. And it got to the point to where I had someone tell me like, dude, you're gonna die. And that hurt, you know? And
There you go.
Well, it's shame. That's shame. That's actually the worst shame. Saying you're gonna die.
when I finally made that change in my head, I realized that where you're at, given like the ideal circumstances, it is your choice. I am where I'm at now because I made a series of wrong choices.
I mean, the reality is that, depression is a very healthy response to inadequacy. When you're a man, you got to go out there and produce. We're not women where we can just coast on our looks and make it through life. As a man, you must produce
I gotta cut you
financially.
off, bro, because no one deserves to be like, people die from that shit, bro. Like no one deserves to be depressed.
Let me finish. The reason why you feel depressed and it's a healthy response to you being fat is because it's your body telling you like, wow, what are you doing? You need to fix this. You're sad because you're not going out there and accomplishing what you're supposed to do. Protect and provide for the people that you love. And when you're not able to do that, you get depressed and you get sad, rightfully so.
Very insensitive people to
Yeah,
who actually
people
have
deserve
mental
to be
health disabilities.
Depression most of the time is not real. No.
That's fucking wild.
No.
Okay.
It's
The
not.
earth is flat.
A lot of the times when people are depressed, it's because of their own inadequacies. You're messing up in
So
something
you get
in your
raped,
life.
Is that an inadequacy?
He doesn't
'Cause people
mean in
get
all
depressed from that.
cases.
No, he's saying like in the majority.
Assuming I didn't know these people at all, it's a guy that's in really good shape who looks like I would wish I could look like. And then there's all the obese people talking about they're fighting for the depression, saying like, it's really the worst. Have you ever tried thinking about things the way he thinks about them? Because he looks the way he does. For a reason.
They're looking at him like he's trying to attack them, but in reality, Myron's actually trying to help.
Yes. Maybe you could go into your weight loss journey thinking, oh yeah, there's no such thing as these mental health elements. I'm gonna push through it. Some people go through just bouts of, where they feel depressed, but that doesn't mean that you're suffering from the thing of depression where, you're just cooked forever and then your brain's broken and that's it.
That's always a touchy topic to talk about too, because that's a whole spectrum in itself. Like, what even is depression?
What's the slightest way to say that I have it? Like, what if I feel sad for 4 weeks? Am I depressed now?
If I was sad today, was I depressed today?
I would say, because I'm clearly a doctor, there is most likely real depression where people's brains really are effed up and they're permanently broken. And if that's the case, deal with that however you gotta deal with it with a doctor or something. There's absolutely depressed people, but then there's people who aren't depressed, who are sad, who are going through a rough chapter in their life, and they label themselves as depressed, which then hurts their own situation.
People do like to self-label like that too.
Once you say the word depression, everyone gets all sensitive and tenses up. But let's use a different thing. Let's use something positive, like being confident. If you say, I'm confident, and start doing things that a confident person would do, you might just trick yourself into being a confident person, like fake it till you make it.
And that's why that's a saying, because that's true. That's what happens. It's like a phenomenon. You act that way, it becomes true.
Speaking generally, in this context of being fat and why you were depressed, it's because...
That wasn't the only reason why I was depressed, but go on.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it's a component. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
it was a big component,
It was
for
a
sure.
response to your inadequacy as a man. And the thing is that...
Your inadequacy as a man, and he's Yeah, because it's not nice to hear that.
But you see how you get emotional? If you're a real man that knows who you are, you just take that and just be like, okay.
Yeah, like, you're right, I wasn't adequate.
And these guys aren't used to being talked to like that or being addressed their issues like that straightforward to their face.
Imagine if you had that all times. If you had a Myron, he got getting to the 440 pounds point.
I feel like if Myron was my mentor, my life would be in order.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, Myron had to check on you every day, you would be getting.
I probably wouldn't mind that in a way.
Because then, let's say you do it for 2 years and he dips. Probably just have these things ingrained in your head now to act and be disciplined in a much different way.
Like in my life, when I was, for example, wrestling or in sports, like I appreciate it now or after the fact, like that my coaches were so mean in a way or aggressive or hardcore on you, or they would make fun of you or your teammates or this. It builds some sort of character. Like it helps you like navigate life.
You guys were boxing and shit, and you guys had a Russian coach that was calling you guys bitches and like racial slurs and shit.
And it wasn't 100% just hate or shame. It was tough love. And then you do something good. Yes, that's it. And then you get this extra dopamine of like, you got it. No, today you're gonna act like a baby because you suck so bad. So do this. When you impressed them or did something better, yeah, it felt so good. But
you can't expect the world to treat you like your mom's supposed to treat you. Your mom is the one who's supposed to say, there, you're doing great, sweetie. People like Myron exist in the world who say, you're inadequate as a man and you're a bitch. When you live in La La Land, once you get hit with reality, it seems wrong.
Even the coach himself says like, yeah, if my client isn't making progress in 3 months, I have to tell them, I have to point out what they're doing wrong and what they need to be doing better on. There's gonna be some type of adversity no matter what in order to get to the next.
And any path.
You have to sculpt yourself. If you want to sculpt to the next best version, yeah, it might suck right now. It's gonna suck. But you have to just accept it and go through the suck.
We need winners and losers. Like, I wouldn't act the way Myron's acting in this setting, but I'm glad that they're getting a dose of.
It's not saying that he's not saying the things that I'm thinking.
Like, all right, Myron's so mean and he's the worst and he's just a bully, whatever. Do what he says and see what happens. Do what the other guy says and see what happens.
I know everyone likes to run around and say, oh, everyone's equal and it's all equality for everyone. No, that's not how the world works. Why the fuck should I be treated equally to someone who's fat, broke, not disciplined, and not as intelligent? It's a competition. Life is a competition.
Where are you getting the notions that people are not disciplined? Where is that coming from?
The way that you look.
Guys, etc.
Look at their life 9 out of 10 times. They're not going to the gym. They're not making the money that they're supposed to be making. They're not where they need to be. Show me a guy that's making money, successful, has a good set of friends around him, has a network, etc., that is depressed. You would rarely find that. Are there exceptions to the rule? Of course. There's always exceptions to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rule.
Themselves because they were depressed.
There's
they
always
were making money,
exceptions to
they
the
were
rule.
fit.
But in general,
Understand that it's not black and white.
He didn't say it was. He said there's exceptions.
And of course, the ones that are on the news are the exception because you don't hear about the millions that are rich.
He's literally talking about the handful of cases that are on the news. He had to say on the news, but there's times on the news.
But go to LA where we live, where there are multi-millionaires everywhere around us. A lot of them probably are doing just fine right now.
But it's not on the news.
And then there's a lot of overweight, depressed people who are miserable. And it's like they would benefit from being fit.
I've started a fitness journey. I've been smaller, I've been bigger. I used to be a dancer.
Used to be, you got cake.
I turned to food as, something to comfort me. And I realized that I was spiraling, right? Started working out again, kind of fell off of it. But this year I told myself it was my year of renaissance, right?
See you for renaissance.
Why do you want to work out? You're going to mess up your career.
I fucking worked 3 jobs. 2 of them that I love and 1 of them as a survival job to make sure that I'm able to continue doing what I love. So I go to the gym every single day after work.
Every day.
Again, going back to assumptions, you looked at me and you made assumptions about laziness, about not caring about my health and things like that, when that's the complete opposite. I reached out, I got myself a trainer because I was like, I can't do this alone.
I thought you just said you had none of these tools.
He got the tools now.
Got a gym membership, understands that too much control over food, it will keep you spiraling. And he got a trainer, so you looked up something.
And it's your renaissance year, so you want to work out and lose weight, but that goes
you said you wouldn't switch
career.
Sides because it's going to mess up your brand deals?
He was on the side where he said he wouldn't want to switch to the other side. So why are you working out?
That doesn't make any sense.
With me, I want to work on building mass, losing weight, but most importantly, consistency. And I feel like
Okay, that's great.
am I where I ideally want to be yet? No. But I also learned that I needed to love myself as I am right now and build those tools so that when I get to where I'm going, I can enjoy it that much more. because it's a labor of love.
It doesn't have to be a labor of love.
What? No, it doesn't have to be all that. It could just be just for health-wise, live longer. It don't have to be all
Like
that.
he juiced that up.
And dude, you can be mad and hate yourself and be like, I'm done with looking like this, and fucking go and be great. He just has to make everything very dramatic.
Your body don't care if you're fat or skinny. It does. It just sits there and just, what do you want to do to it?
Some people who are overweight, are they going to the gym? Are they putting the fork down? Are they doing the things they need to do? If they spent 14 hours a week doing cardio and eating healthy, they would lose the weight. I spend 14 hours a week learning Spanish, even though I am horrible at it, but I'm trying my best. And if everyone else tried their best, we wouldn't see anyone morbidly obese on this planet.
I don't disagree with you at all, but I think you said it's like you're spending 14 hours doing Spanish. For me, you know, I still work out every week. I still prioritize my health, but there are other things in my life that do
Eat
take
half
a
the
higher
calories and you're going to be very skinny.
But that doesn't matter to me.
Guaranteed.
That's the whole thing.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying no one should make excuses.
And that's why I think that's why we all sat down. I totally agree. It's within my, because I've gotten really svelte in my past.
Just eat less.
Would you agree, like looking at his physique, like he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy?
No.
I think
he's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
I mean, if you count BMI.
I'm not trying to be just being honest.
By a BMI standpoint,
But there's a
I'm
big difference
absolutely
between
obese.
this weight and if you gain 200 pounds. But if you gain 200 pounds, I'd be like, why are you doing this to yourself? You know what I mean?
But I
That
wouldn't
would
be happy gaining 200 pounds. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is I kind of found kind of like a homeostasis where I'm happy and I feel healthy and I feel active and I feel like I can do what I need to do. All my numbers are in the right place.
In the same boat as him, I feel like myself, I feel
Death match. Warm up.
Warm up. Yeah, boy. Mother. Would be bad, Joe.
Yes.
एक हुआ यहाँ पे spawn 100%.
Fight.
Watch and learn. Gotcha.
Mother chod.
Still got it. Sorry, kid.
Mother चूत.
Who trained you? Sorry, kid. Taken down. That's 3.
Ten kills remaining. Dominating.
Out of here.
Five kills remaining.
See ya. And 4.
Dominating.
Down and out. Enemy down.
One kill remaining.
Fuck yeah.
Comfortable with that member now?
Well, that's the point. You're not supposed to feel comfortable.
I can keep going, that kind of stuff, but like, doctor says everything's fine with you. You are obese.
So
Okay.
there's nothing fine about that, sir.
The doctor said everything's fine. He just said I'm obese.
That's got to be a joke.
This is actually insane.
He said nothing's wrong. I'm just obese. No, that comes with a lot, sir.
Like, yeah, I'm real comfortable after a BJ's Pizookie. That don't mean it's good.
Comfortable all night.
Yeah, the hedonistic pleasure seeking and comfort is not good. All the fitness guys put themselves through freaking the ringer,
and they still do
actively.
It's not like you stop doing it. That's the whole fitness journey. You have to constantly put stress on your body at all day, consistently. Everything checked out, you know. Just obese.
Green checks all around.
Except for the obesity, it's all in red.
Just obese, whatever that means. Anyways,
you can Google what happens to you if you're obese. Just Google it.
You tell me there's not one small problem that's a little annoying week to week with being at that size. Like there's not one thing in your day-to-day life where you're like if only I wasn't this.
You know what it is? Because he's operated like that for so long, that's normal to him. Being out of breath, not being able to do anything physical.
Doctor says everything's fine with you. You are obese. But I will never forget the doctor told me you're healthy obese.
What sort of doctor said that?
No high blood pressure, didn't have diabetes, didn't have anything else. So I was like, okay, well, I just want to lose weight because obviously as I get older, it's not going to be like that.
Let's go.
But I mean, perfectly, I know I have the control to get where I'm at right now or where I want to be, but I'm pretty happy.
Healthy obese. No. You can be a drug addict and your blood levels don't show any sort of high levels of anything else. Are you a healthy drug addict at that point?
You could be a heroin addict till 60 years old. You could be 70 years old with holes all around your body and still be living. Are you really healthy? Like, are you really good though?
When is ever being obese healthy?
It's not.
I was very curious, out of show of hands, who here feels like after spending time in this space, you feel like you're closer to understanding the other.
Night. It's mad. Let's get it and be done.
Nope. Yikes. Here.
Target sighted A. Idiot! Scouts down. Someone's A. Our spy carrier's down.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Go to my body.
Visiting underground doctors.
Y'all better keep up.
You better run, Sova.
Yes.
Concealment.
Target down.
One enemy remaining.
No more running, girl.
Let's see their jet fight without wind.
Here.
Target sighted A.
Healer's down.
Scouts down. My ultimate's ready. Someone's A.
Blocking vision.
Going up.
Last player standing.
Other side than when we stepped in the room.
Race into the spike sites.
Target sighted.
Come on, let's go. Careful now.
Plant the spike. Spike planted.
Camera taken out.
Throwing charge.
Concealment.
Defend the spawn. That's done.
One enemy remaining. Right there.
Flash. Flashbang.
Flawless.
I'm kind of feeling myself right now. Y'all better keep up.
टिकट करा ली थी कदों दी हफ्ता ही रह गया यार भाई
Heads up.
You will not kill my allies.
Concealment. Obscuring vision.
Probably two flank.
Last player standing. Spike down.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
हाँ अब आज ही छुट्टी हुई है अब आपका
Keep up.
The hunt begins.
Reloading.
Obscuring blocking vision. Block the sight.
Reloading.
Shutting them down.
Plant the spike.
कमेंट काम मत होना तो
Last player standing.
Bye.
ये ना पे Valorant नहीं ये तो मॉनिटर ही लाया ਉਹਦਾ ਲੈਪਟਾਪ ਤੇ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ
I call you Charlie because it means you're my friend. But maybe I should call you Kwasia because you fool.
नहीं सही कर लो भाई
Push forward, Charlie.
ਉਹਦਾ ਹੈ ਪੀਆਰ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਆ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਭਾਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਦਾ
Walk inside.
ਫਰਕ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ
My ultimate's ready.
Your fault. My ult's ready.
नहीं होगा
Put down.
You had your fun. Get out of my way. My turn.
Flash.
ज़्यादा बंदे ने पढ़ना होगा मेरे पैदा पढ़ाई पढ़ बस जो मिलती आ वो एजुकेशन होवे ना बंदे दी ਇਹਦਾ ਲੇਬਰ ਹੀ ਕੰਮ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਕੰਸਟਰਕਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਟੋਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਇਹਦਾ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਛ ਹੈਗਾ
Watch your eyes.
ਇਹਦਾ ਭੈਣ ਚੋਦ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਂਦਾ
Someone's A.
Got it. Concealment.
ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਸਹੀ ਗੱਲ
Going
ਆ
up.
ਸਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਉਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਖੁਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਪਲੱਸ 2 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆ ਕੇ
Last player standing.
Can't use concealment. Don't worry. Don't think it, eh?
ਕੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਅੱਛਾ ਉਹ ਹਾਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਹੀ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ
Let's get this done.
Well divided.
Nowhere to run.
ਕੀ ਚੀਜ਼
No one walks away.
ਕਿੰਦੇ ਚ
Shutting them down. Flash. Reset.
One down.
Careful now.
Reloading.
Manual reset.
Going up.
Emergency reset deployed.
Stairs. Then stairs.
I need it.
Blocking vision.
Careful now.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Nice.
One enemy remaining. Give me a moment. I need to set back up. I need this. My thanks.
Kill all your opponents.
What's this? Gun here. Reloading.
FedEx. वो तो पैसे ही लगने कोरियर
Watch your eyes.
यही तो मैं जितना FedEx पैक करके ले
Need that back.
Last player standing. Spike down mid. Flawless.
Remember, wipe the pins from your guns.
It's just good crime scene etiquette.
We will reveal their secrets.
8-9 किलो ਦਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਆ ਪੁੱਛੋ
Reloading.
Target sighted, B.
ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਹੀ ਛੁੱਟੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ
Last player standing. Flawless.
ਅੱਜ ਹੀ ਛੁੱਟੀ 8-9 ਦਿਨ ਕੰਮ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਭੈਣ ਚੋ ਜਾਓ ਇੱਥੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਹੀ ਆ ਬੜਾ ਦੂਰ ਆ ਭੈਣ ਚੋ ਆ ਬੱਸ ਸਟੈਂਡ ਕੋਲ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਚੌਕੀ
Don't hold back. My ultimate's ready.
You will not kill my allies.
Last player standing. Spike down mid. Last round in the half.
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
Whatever it takes.
Watch your eyes!
Unlock your right vision.
Come on, let's go.
No.
Picking door, picking door.
Nowhere to run!
Sorry, bro.
Blocking vision.
One enemy remaining.
One hiding. Reloading.
ਹੈ 12 ਰਾਉਂਡ ਦੀ aim ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 12 ਰਾਉਂਡ ਜਿੱਤ ਗਿਆ
Switching sides.
ਉਹ 5 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
ਮੈਂ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ ਥੋੜੇ ਕੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੱਕ ਘੰਟੇ ਤੱਕ ਨਿਕਲਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਦਊਂਗਾ ਉੱਧਰ FedEx ਠੀਕ ਆ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੀ ਆ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੀ ਆ ਸੀਨ ਕਿਉਂ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਰੀਅਰ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਬਟ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵਾਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਇੱਧਰ ਹੀ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਤੱਕ ਦਾ ਬਸ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ $15 ਦਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ $10-15 ਉਹ ਸਸਤੀ ਆ ਹਾਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ
Flash! Embarrassing.
Here.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Nice.
ਕੀ ਚੀਜ਼
Reloading.
Oh, was that important?
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that?
I got you, bruv.
에어ਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇ ਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਚ ਵਧੀਆ 에어ਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਲੈ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬੈਗ ਜੇ weight ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਬਾਹੋਂ ਦੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਹੀ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਤਾਂ ਆਪ ਉਨਾ ਹੀ ਸੀਗਾ 2 ਕਿਲੋ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ 23 ਕਿਲੋ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ 23 ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਮੇਰਾ 25 ਕਿ ਸੀ
One more.
Run us, sir.
Yo,
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Sight.
Spike planted.
There's a butt out here, right? That's right.
Nice.
ਕੀ ਚੀਜ਼ weight ਤੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਬਟ ਉੱਤੇ ਤੋਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅੰਦਰ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ
Over here.
Clutch.
What would you all do without me? Gun here.
You're mad, Jet. Damn.
Never ghost. Yeah. Never ghost.
Rise and bring glory.
Never ghost. Oh, okay.
Take it. Huh?
Careful now. Many enemies A. They found my wire.
What's this?
She's on top of a wall.
Last player standing.
You will not kill my allies.
Spike planted.
Target dead. Flash. I'll shut them down. Until then, survive.
Let's go.
Come on.
Reloading. Someone is A. My camera is destroyed. One dead.
Watch your eyes.
Get out of my
Spike
way.
down A. One enemy remaining.
Nice job.
No one to interrogate.
My people, are you ready? You must cultivate. Need a drop.
Greg and Martin.
I understand it less. Literally.
Don't worry. I'll keep them quiet.
Coming in. Coming in. Some B main.
Kill the queen.
Take an ARP. Come back.
Okay.
Target sighted there.
Spike down mid. Spike planted. Last player standing.
One's 10, one hell.
Catch your breath. Not that I need to, of course.
Many enemies A.
Fall back. Spike down A.
What?
One enemy remaining.
Had your fun. My turn.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Got it. Pulling them in.
We have plenty of time, oh. Here and now.
मेरी टीम ही ट्रैश है बहनचोद। भोसड़ी का उसे सोवा को मार रहा था साइफर, पता नहीं जिसने भी था।
This is gonna be fun. What's this?
B. Already up.
Force suppressed.
Spike down B. Spike planted.
Come on, let's go.
Without
Watch your
obscuring.
eyes. Flash.
Last player standing.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Like,
We'll talk
just we
after.
can't. We run the risk of it blowing open again.
must
But this
move
was
my web
a
back.
super interesting discussion. One of the more interesting episodes I've been a part of. So thank you all.
Now Myron.
B. One of the tiles, I think.
The hunt
You
begins.
will not kill my allies.
No, you don't.
Night night.
143 Clove, probably gonna get a heal.
Where is everyone hiding?
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Reloading. Someone is B.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Was
that important?
I'll outshine all their radiance.
Need a drop. Stay.
Here.
Careful now.
Taking fire. Blocking vision.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Reloading.
Nice.
That sucks.
If they try something, I'll see it.
I need this. My thanks.
Here.
Steps B.
Yes.
Walks away.
Come on, let's go.
Get out of my way.
Last player standing.
Healer's down. Nowhere to run!
Match point.
Let's make a plan, then execute. One suppressed.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy down.
You had your fun. My turn.
Last player standing.
Cage triggered.
You will
No more
not
charges
kill my
left.
allies.
No more charges.
Attackers win.
Ran that whole episode.
Myron did not want to find any middle ground. This video is basically 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 48 seconds of convincing me to not like Myron.
Damn.
Women who find Myron extremely unattractive as soon as he opened his mouth. Where you at? Myron getting called small as had me dead. Myron bring back shaming. Myron, after being called small, immediately taken aback and accuses the guy of shaming him.
You can take pieces or whatever even out of what he says, but to go straight for you're a bad person and...
Well, that's the thing. They don't like his delivery. Just because someone delivers it in a package you don't like doesn't mean the substance of it, what's in the package is wrong.
That's exactly it right there.
You can drink sweet tea, but it's not going to save you. It tastes great going down, but has no substance. Myron shit's hard to swallow, pause, but there's actual substance to it.
And it's like, I can't sit here and say I know more than Myron. Like, he talks to like thousands of people all the time and has a show and does studies and takes notes and this and that. I don't do any of that.
Myron is the reason why women and gay men choose the bear. That's the video we talked about.
Yeah.
Just because the presentation of how you say something as opposed to what you say.
Now he's just a horrible person.
If Myron was gay and flamboyant and said it in like a sweet, bubbly way,
oh, he'd be the best person ever. He'd be a hero.
I respect like Myron coming on this platform and like spewing his, you know, side in his brain or whatever.
But also remember how many comments are there in this video?
20,000
comments, but there was 1 million people that viewed it.
Damn,
So
bro.
there's still 1 million other people that have their own consensus and we won't know.
Like, I'd rather be fit. No disrespect to anyone who's fat. I'm just like, I'd rather be fit.
I think everybody should just incorporate some type of fitness in their life where you can fit it in.
That was a bar because you said fitness and then fit it in.
They're like,
oh shit.
Yeah, people know what the right thing to do is when it comes to their body. So do whatever you want, but yeah, we would suggest eating healthy.
Gym, water.
Fit women versus fat women, middle ground.
We reacted to something like this before, right?
It was fat men and fit women. I mean, fit men and
It was
fat
men.
women. Yeah, okay.
Uh-huh.
So what's the difference? It's like, just, we're about to see.
Here we go.
If you are writing a hate comment, you are part of the problem.
Oh shit.
Our first prompt is, your physique is in your control. Will the agreeers please step forward?
I agree. Agreed.
I agree that one.
She has a question. I have a question.
For the most part.
When you mean physique, can you specify like what exactly are you trying to?
I think physique is like the shape and size of your body. Yeah. Why were you hesitating?
Because, you know, there's a lot of different illnesses around. So I have family members that have like thyroids and they can't gain weight or they can't lose weight. But I think that they can manage to stay at a place that's gonna be healthy for them. To me, personally, I do feel like I can be at a better place. I'm working on it, and that's my goal. So.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think that definitely people have ailments, there's different diseases and all that, but I think at the end of the day, what you can do, the best physical peak for your personal body is in your hands. You may not look like someone you want to look like, your ideal situation, but you can optimize your body to be the highest performance that you think that you can get to.
When I first started working out, I lost 60 pounds, and that included just counting calories. I didn't have to work out as hard. I did the treadmill. I went at an incline, and I just walked the whole time, watching a movie and just walked. I just made healthier choices, and I've been mindful about what I put inside my body.
Like, you put in that effort, right? You made those conscious decisions to...
I need to hear the disagreeers.
Like, I see what you're saying. Make healthier habits, work out.
Kind of sort of just goes without saying. Like, I think the only time that something isn't in your control is if it's let's say you have a deformity, like your arm is deformed or something at birth. Well then, yeah, that part of your physique isn't in your control. But yeah, everything else, like, unless you're being held down and making you eat shit, I don't know how it could not be in your control, but I gotta hear this.
So while of course there are aspects that I think you can control about your physique, I think there are more things that are out of your control. Like, it is so much more expensive to eat healthy than it is to eat like crap. If I go to the grocery store and I just want to buy a bunch of frozen meals, that's going to be so much cheaper than me going and buying fresh
ਮੈਂ ਦੁਪਹਿਰੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਮ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਚੱਲ ਪਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਲੇ ਦੁਪਹਿਰੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਭੈਣ ਚੋ ਏਸੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਜਿਮ ਠੰਡਾ ਹਾਂ ਰਾਤੀ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਆ ਸੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੀ ਘੂਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਫੋਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਤੋਂ ਸੋ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਕੀਤਾ
ਮੈਚ ਫਾਊਂਡ
ਆਸ਼ਨਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਹੋ ਮੈਂ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਹੀ ਸੁੱਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਫਿਰ 100 ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ 100 ਹੋ ਗਿਆ
They have no idea how hard this is.
ਚੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਓਕੇ
juice and fresh fruit and everything.
I disagree.
Facts.
The prepackaged foods, the frozen ones, way more expensive. I've been on a budget, you know, eternally. I always save money.
Her face.
And buying ingredients.
I agree with you on that, but I can go get a frozen meal sometimes for $1.50, $2. Where if I want to cook a whole meal, like depending on what all the ingredients I'm getting, that could be $10.
So you'll get more.
Yes, but still, you have to think from people who have like no money and they're thinking like, oh, I can get.
I've had no money.
I've had $12 for a week's amount of food.
I'm above. I think that you definitely, in the short-term mindset, it is cheaper. You go to a fast food restaurant, they have like a dollar menu. I think they've even increased the dollar menu now. So, which is crazy. It's like a $2 menu. So that's valid, I think, but I think it's killing us in the long term. Like it's like that short dopamine effect, the dopamine where you're like, oh, I just need something right now. I think that's the issue.
I also did want to, just touch on, other than like food costs, like there's also privilege when it comes to like having time to cook stuff.
Definitely,
Like if you work a
100%,
full-time job,
100%.
if you have kids and stuff, a lot of the time it's just easier. You don't have the time and energy. Like I enjoy cooking, but it's a lot of work sometimes, and it must.
Doesn't mean that it's not in your control.
She just really likes those. They got buffalo chicken, casseroles.
You are depressed, when you're struggling to even like get through the day, it can be really hard to have that motivation to eat well, to move.
That's not the question, though, man. If it's in your control.
It could be hard. It's hard to go to the gym, but people go.
Is going to the gym in your control? Yes. Is it hard to go to the gym sometimes? Yes. You can go to Walmart and get minced meat and beans and
It's easy to say that it's just like too expensive, so I'm just gonna go to McDonald's, dollar, because that's what I can afford. But you can get the seeds and plant your.
saying you're. More the DLB here because of your height. Like if you look at me. Because of your height.
Wait, no, it's wait, you're what? Wait, run that back.
The DLB here because of your height. So like if you look at me, you would be like, oh, the plus size, but I'm technically considered obese.
So I was obese, and I think it's 30 BMI. Now the BMI, we have come to learn that it's a little bit tricky now. Right.
But that's what it's based off.
Yeah. But correct. But now that when I was a size 14, I was considered obese. It's smaller than we think.
I think an obese person, and this is not, calling absolutely anybody obese, but I think a person.
What's wrong with being obese?
Will not be able to go on walks. They will lose their breath. For me, because I am a person that I'm big, but I'm like I said, I'm still able to go on hikes and I won't lose my breath. I can go on runs. I can exercise. So if for the doctors,
They're eating.
Yeah,
the stuff that for the doctors,
yes.
For me, it is not the way that it works because an obese person, I've had friends who are skinnier than.
Did she just try to flex walking and not getting out of breath? I mean, me, I could go on a hike and I'd be out of breath. I would hope so. Well, it must be easy hike because like I'm always out of breath. Like what kind of hike did you would say with hike? She said hike and I get out of breath. But that's just a walk. Right? You can't call it a hike. Yeah, flexing walk. It's what? And then she's talking about obesity, saying, well, but I can still do this. Yeah, you can still do a jumping jack and you'll still be obese. Like that doesn't change the thing that you're in the category. Whether you're how mobile you are as an obese person or not, some people are more mobile than others. Seen a large man do like crazy, like 10 flips backwards at a gym. Like, well, yeah, he probably was doing this before he got obese. Doesn't mean he can't still do it. Yeah, he can still do shit.
We go and walk, and they're losing their breath.
So for you, obesity is just the health parameter of how physically, it's not physical manifestation of the body.
What's right? No.
That backward, it's he's looking on a chart versus saying you can't. You're ill and you can't walk up that hill. You go, I got that. You go that hill. And that's what's fabulous about it, right?
Reveal easily, Mark.
But also down the road.
They're on the back. Ain't saying shit yet. She just gotta stay back there.
Your genetics currently down the road, it's not going to be the same story.
Genetics, but since I was really young, I'm active. I'm an active woman.
I never said you're not active.
I know, but I'm just responding to what you're saying. I know you're not saying that I'm not active. I'm responding to what you're saying about the doctors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I have had doctors tell me that.
Tell me what?
That I'm obese and that I cannot exercise. That why am I not exercising? Why am I not doing the effort? There's doctors that have bad diagnosis for things that I've never had, and I've gotten medicated for things that I've never had. So it's like, right? It's
You can be an active obese person though, right? Yes, you can. She's saying, since I go on hikes, I'm not obese. I think she expects just the people that lay in bed, that take up the whole bed, those people are obese. No. There's outliers like, okay, bodybuilders and shit like that. But that's a little different. Where, okay, if you look at the chart, they have a higher weight than normal, but come on. Yeah, they used to say like Ronald was obese back in the day because of his size and his height. But it's like, no, he was on steroids and a whole bunch of other stuff that made his body not be the norm for that size. And if that's the medical definition for being this size and this weight, whatever, then yes, you're all obese. Yeah, he was. He was a very active, competitive, obese person. So they moralize the word obese. They correlate obese means fat. Obese just simply is. It is what it is. There's no meaning. It just, that's a medical term. That's just really bad. Call somebody that. No, I'm following what it is. It's such like a roast. That guy's tall. That guy's short. Obese. That girl's fit. That girl's fat. Like, you can't call someone obese like that person's obese. You're morbidly obese. You're morbidly obese. That's one of my favorite words. Morbidly. Morbid. There's a number for that. Like, what based on your height, there is a number for obese, morbidly obese. Morbidly obese. I kind of want to see how much I'd have to weigh. So I weigh like 183. I'm 183 at 6'1". So I'm in the healthy weight. Shout out to me. So to be obese, I'd have to be 220. But there are a bunch of NFL players that are 6'1". It's all muscle. It's all muscle. But you're technically considered obese based off the pounds. So that's an active obese man. There you go. It's a professional obese athlete. But it's a bad thing. Well, I know.
We're talking about body positivity, whether we think it promotes unhealthy habits. We're going to bring in our disagreeing.
Oh my God.
So I didn't step forward because I really hate the toxicity that has come from people being like, oh, body positivity promotes obesity, blah, blah, blah. I hate that so much. I think there is like the minutest people who are doing that. The vast, vast majority, I do not think promote obesity. Body positivity, to me, is just loving your body, accepting your body how it is, and not hating yourself. Like, you shouldn't have to wake up every day because you're 400 pounds and hate yourself. Like, I don't think anybody should be hating themselves. So that, to me, is what body positivity is about. And it's also about equality in how people are treated. Like, for example, Lizzo gets called out so much on, like, oh my God, she's out there with her ass and stuff. Like, oh, it's so disgusting. But Chapel Roan, who, God, I love Chapel Roan, was at Gunball and came out at Statue of Liberty and had her ass out, did not see a single person online saying, oh, so why should she have her ass out? It's like, it doesn't fit. People apparently hate that body and don't think it should be seen.
I actually disagree with that because I totally Chapel Roan for the way
way that Gio looks and her outfits, and there's going to be hate on both sides. Of course, there's definitely hate, but I meant like the volume of hate that Lizzo gets compared to Chapel Room. Like I would say, like it's much smaller. Like I just constantly hear about Lizzo, and you know. I have a question. I have a question. Yeah, Lizzo. Okay, what are the She has this gorgeous cake.
To her, enormous, went in with it with the fork and was eating constantly and talking to the camera while she was streaming. That the volume of the cake that she ate, I just went, oh my god, how many people are watching this? This is absolutely, I just, it was a horrible representation. I hated every moment of it. What do you say about that?
Well, my question would be, if there was a thin person doing that, would you have had that same reaction? Yes. Okay, then I think it's more about, like, she's not promoting obesity by eating cake on camera. She's just, eating cake.
But if she's the representation of body positivity and she's behaving this way, is that promoting?
Have you noticed that she just posted a video that she lost weight? Like,
no, absolutely don't.
That one day that you saw her doing that, but that doesn't identify her as a whole person. In defense of Lizzo, I was like, oh, here's the green smoothie that I got. Here's me with my salad. People that are overweight have to be perfect all the time. They can never just like, oh, it's great. I agree, it's not great. I'm just, I'm not saying that's great. This one instance of her doing this amidst all her other ones of her trying to be healthy. Opposite side of that, like with Lizzo, there's like eugenically, she's a very petite, tiny woman. Why are people saying, oh, good job, Lizzo, like good job for eating healthier, but like when Eugenia Cooney's like trying to eat something.
But is Eugenia Cooney allowed?
Sometimes she's a healthy self.
These extremes are hijacking it.
That like the algorithm, they put they get the most views and what people want to see.
Yes, it's dangerous.
Including these posting. All right, let's
taken a weight loss. Will the agreeers please step forward?
Because everybody's perfect.
I think we're talking about the
like for the pills.
Yeah, fat burning pills. There's a lot of them.
when you say weight loss, what do you mean? Observe her weight loss?
Before you them in college, and you could get them over the counter, but they were incredibly strong. Probably needed to be controlled at that time. But I was just so obsessed with my body size. I pretty much my whole life, and that's just the culture, American culture that I I was raised in and lived in. And
her hair reminds me of a croissant. I was looking at her like she's got, yeah, look, right. I could tell it to, you know, they got the shadings on their head, the little circle. Yeah, it does look like a croissant. I mean, if you really want to touch that. Like, is that inappropriate? Like, I would just want to see what that's about. Like, excuse me, ma'am. Sorry. With all due respect. Okay. Sorry, my bad. 14 years of Whoville. The Grinch that stole Christmas. He's rocking it though, yeah. It's definitely just like a pastry. Just that's what I'm saying, like slow croissant. Don't mind if I do. Yeah.
showed up at the portable time.
What?
It's too stuff.
Are you a Canadian senior who doesn't have a funeral coverage plan? Can you afford as little as $14.88 per month to protect your spouse and children from financial stress when you pass away? If yes,
It was a pill that I took, and it really like suppressed my want to eat food. But it like had some really bad side effects. Like when I would eat, I would feel sick after, and I realized like, oh, I'm feeling horrible all the time and having this energy low and like just feeling physically sick.
How long were you on it?
I was on it for 2 months maybe.
Did you lose weight?
I lost some weight, but as soon as I got off of it, I gained all of that weight back.
Damn.
All back. Exactly. It was like
Your mom nothing to do without the drug.
you relied on it so much, and then once it was gone, you had to do your own thing, and
Have self-discipline, and I did. Couldn't control my thoughts. Stay on a regimen, routine.
for me, I gained more weight than I lost when I was on it.
Let's bring in our disagreements.
Seems like a sweet person. Autumn.
Definitely considered taking Ozempic, but I decided not to because you either have to stay on that long term to keep those effects, or if you get off of it, most people are going to gain the weight back. So I'm no longer interested in anything that is not a complete lifestyle.
You're gonna work out. I like that.
I have learned over the years that I would prefer to be fat and happy than thin and miserable. So like right now, I'm just trying to eat less processed food, stay away from like sodas and stuff for the most part.
For the most part, so we know exactly why you can't lose your weight. Also, you lack self-discipline. I'd rather be fat, happy, than thin and miserable. Have you been thin? Only a fat person would say that. Because have you been in incredible shape? I think when you talk to a lot of really in shape people, they're like, this is the best shit on earth. I feel like it takes years off their life. Like they could be 50 and they're like, I feel better than I was when I was 25. She's already told herself the route she wants to go on. Well, she lacked it. And it's too hard for her. I mean, how many times? Or can you do the thing where you just accept it? Like, I'm just staying how I am. Yeah, how many times has she said that statement? I'd rather be fat and happy than this. And she probably said that 25 times. That's so many times. Well, I'd rather be fat and happy than this. Really? Are you happy though? Really though? Are you sure? Like really though? Are you happy right now? Like for real, for real? She thought about doing Ozempic. But she didn't do it just because she didn't want to do it long term. Just like she wouldn't do anything else. Like, well, I can't keep anything else then. So it's like, think about it. Bro, you don't even want to keep up with Ozempic. But you said you're fat and happy. But you clearly were happy with your physique because you considered being on Ozempic. So were you that happy? You weren't. She went back to the excuses because that's going to take too long. So I'm actually happy here being fat. I don't know why I thought about Ozempic. That was just stupid. Random thought. You're on camera in front of a group. You're not trying to put yourself down. Sounded nicer to say it the other way. When you're at that stage, you gotta defend it, right? Yeah, you do. You got to. Or you be vulnerable and be like, yeah, no, I'm eating bad, and I haven't tried everything, which I would appreciate. Or stuck with something, and I really want to, and it sucks. It's more like doing that is more relatable to somebody else versus the other bad person. and I watches that and they're already insecure going, you know what? I'll still pretty bad with myself too, but she just said it's okay to be fat and happy. So you know what? I'm gonna just stay fat and happy. Boom. You could have motivated somebody by being truly honest, but now you have a lot of people that are like, I agree. I'd rather be like this too. It's easier to say, well, this is how I'm supposed to be, and I'm happy. Yeah.
You know, stay away from like sodas and stuff for the most part. But I will never count calories, like, or because to me that leads to disordered eating habits.
She's making up excuses for
For me,
nothing works for her. She's like a special case.
Circling back to the talk.
Like that.
Weight loss.
Like that. I thought those were leggings.
Body, like, and I'm like a very big believer.
She does like Muay Thai or something. Like she could put you in a mean heavy with her legs or some shit. She tightens up her belt. Oh. Yeah, knock you out in 2 seconds. She'll do that kick straight to the face. You want you to see it. Damn. Just wake up. Damn, I got knocked out yesterday, man. Yeah, dating a girl like that, you'd have to be a fighter yourself. She could crush a watermelon with her legs, some shit. She could be the protector. Yeah, or maybe she likes being that. Need somebody she could chill.
That phrase, like, if you wanted to, you could. Wouldn't you be so much happier if you lost the weight and you look back on it and it was like, yeah, like, I did that. You know, like that was 100% all me. I didn't need no help. I didn't need no cheat codes. Like, this was the work that I put in, and I got the results that I wanted.
and that was the mindset.
It's ridiculous. My appetite's crazy. It was so much food. I'd get home from school. I'd have like dinner, whatever leftovers were from last night's dinner. I'd have that, go downstairs, play video games, come back up, have another dinner, and then hours go by and have a snack. Like it was just never really ending. But then the interesting thing was I was actually like also quite active at the same time. I was like talking at a high level too. The good Canadian. Yeah, everyone was just like, this guy's like big, but he's fast. And I was very like capable at that weight, but I would always get those comments, especially even in the locker room. I was always afraid to take my shirt off. How heavy did you get? So I was at the time high school, 5'9". I was probably the heaviest 275, 17, 18. Goes about even 16. Yeah, that's heavy. Yeah, you're a big boy. Yeah. What was your previous relationship with food? Like mine's very interesting because even though I eat a lot of weight, I don't have food. No fish, no seafood, no plant-based here. I'll go chicken every once in a while. I stopped eating red meat so much because I learned I didn't have to have it. I don't eat it to survive. Then I started to learn more about the plant-based food space. I was like, give it a try. I started to try the Beyond Meat. I was like, I don't feel the difference. I'm sure you do. If you're gonna be plant-based, that's not the way to go. It's not bad if you want just taste, but they're not gonna do it. I don't eat red meat, no fish, no seafood, no plant-based here. Everything's plant. I'll go chicken every once in a while. I stopped eating red meat so much because I learned I didn't have to have it. I don't eat it to survive. Then I started to learn more about the plant-based food space. I was like, give it a try. And I started to try the Beyond Meat.
That I
The girl that deals with it.
before I took the drug. Because like I was super naive. I was like 18 years old and I had no knowledge about anything. And I was looking for a quick fix because all these people were telling me, oh, you need to lose weight, you need to do this. And that's in my own household. So it was my family telling me this. And along with my friends and everything like that.
It's a lifestyle change, ultimately. These are tools that you can utilize, but if you are not changing your lifestyle to go with it, then what will it for you? And so I think that's really ultimately what it is. If you're not ready to commit to the lifestyle change, using these tools, it's not going to help you.
Do these quote unquote shortcuts. A lot of the time, like mentally, they're not there. So they lose the weight and then they're still like
not fixing the problem.
Exactly. It was like it was a quick fix, and now that it's they get off it, like everything mentally like that they were at when they were at a bigger weight is still there. Like they didn't put in that mental work, like doing it on their own.
Reset. I'm getting the signal.
They got some good takes on this a little bit. Yeah, because it's never a quick fix, It's too good to be true. Because they don't think about, the mentality part about it, like my headspace. Before the Ozempic, if I wasn't on a schedule, if I wasn't a self-disciplined person, you're not just going to change after you take Ozempic. You're now just putting almost just toxins in your body because you're not having the right lifestyle to pair with it. And that's what they're talking about there. It makes sense.
Fit women are more attractive than fat women.
Here we go.
The agreeers, please step forward.
I'll definitely agree. Fit women are more attractive than like plus size women, only because me having this body, it shows that I can commit to something, right? And it shows that I'm hardworking. So I feel like men looking at my body can say, oh, okay, she's dedicated. She put in the work, and that can be an attractive quality that men see in me. I would definitely go for like a more muscular guy. So that kind of shows that we have something in common.
Well, I don't have a chance.
Together. Yeah, do it for sure.
Thank you. Can we bring in the disagreements?
I gotta see what they mean by fat though. What's fat?
I'm bisexual, so
Like thick is fine. But fat, it's like obvious. Fit is more attractive than fat.
Relationship with women that are fit.
Fat ass is a different story.
So yeah, personality wise,
I'll take a fat ass.
most beautiful ones have had a personality that I cannot work with.
She says, even my skinnier friend or even my smaller friends, the most beautiful ones, they might not have a good personality. She just said they're the most beautiful ones.
Yeah, she didn't say it right, like in society's eyes.
Personality wise, the skinniest ones and the most beautiful ones have had a personality that I cannot work with. Me personally. Me. So,
Like, no, she believed you are the most beautiful one.
the way
Because yeah, we might have just called her that.
like people that you like, that it's like your personality has more beauty than the way that you look. So your physical looks will disappear. My grandma, she used to be a very petite, tiny woman, grew up in the Philippines. My grandpa the same way. Now they're a little bigger, they're more comfortable. 50 years later, still in love. Like,
It's not the question. They won't disappear fully though. It's like the looks are always gonna be there. Yeah, like your personality and charisma will shine a lot and will help the looks kind of go down a little bit, but the looks are always gonna be there. It's not gonna completely go away.
Fat is more attractive than fat. And then, like, my uncle has a great personality. This isn't the personality question. And well,
They know it's about body.
I care about someone's inside. That makes you more attractive. That's not the question.
They should have been more specific with the prop though too. Like fit women's bodies are more attractive than fat women's bodies or something.
I know fit people with crap personalities. I know fat people with crap personalities.
Because each prop you can't now just be like connected to personality now. Like, no, that's not what we're talking. That's not what we're here to discuss.
Let's see if they can go against that.
the grandpa always makes jokes like, well, I remember growing up, you know, like, this is Burger King and this is McDonald's. I'm the king and I'm loving it. I'm like, that's my grandpa. He's so like, appreciate a woman through all the things. You know, like that. And it's so lovely. I can think once I get skinny, like, my boyfriend can still love me, but maybe he loves me more because I am personally.
I think people like to be like, oh, it's always gonna be a fit woman woman is more attractive than the plus size woman. I just don't think that's true. Like, there's a lot of beautiful fit women. There's also a lot of not very beautiful ones.
Right.
Yeah. Assume that size will always equal more attractive. I just think is like silly.
We're speaking generally. It is general.
And also, well, why are you in shape? Why do you go to work out?
Yeah.
So, because she knows that being healthy is a better option. That she knows she's gonna look better and feel better like that. Because if there truly was no difference between the two, being fat actually is really good. So you're just eating whatever you want all the time. But
Will anyone make the team? Oh, wait, we may have a winner. We're on a circle to search it. Thanks in the clutch. Google picks him up. Even better.
the all new Whoop. Monitor your key vitals. Manage your stress. Extend your performance for years to come. Whoop Peak.
Is it healthy base? It's a more unhealthy side.
Well, you can be fit and not healthy.
Yeah. But the biggest issue I have with what you said, I disagree with you. I think as a fit girl as well, Patrollians, I disagree with you. There's beautiful women who are in bigger bodies. Like, and almost be like, oh, because I'm fit, I'm more attractive. Like, that's, it's ridiculous. And the biggest issue I have with what you said about men being attracted to you more just because you're fit. I think that that's basing your worth on a man. And I'm married, as a married woman, saying that I just don't understand what that has to do with the principle of just physical attractiveness. It has nothing to do with if someone else deems you as attractive. It's like just solely based on the physical. So I 100% disagree with you.
I was debating actually stepping forward because of just what society has taught me my whole life. It's like, that is more beautiful, that is more beautiful, that is more beautiful. And I've really had to work like, oh, the reason I found a relationship is because I'm fat. Like, I need to lose weight and then I'll become in a relationship. Then someone will love me. And I thought that for so many years. And like my self-confidence went down here. And I really had to work on unlearning that. And I'm still trying to unlearn that. But like I have learned over the years that people are attracted to different things. So if you ask one person, they're going to tell you, oh, this is what I'm attracted to. And if you ask someone else, they might have a completely different answer. So I think attractiveness is subjective. I think when it comes to
It's just obvious, yeah.
skinnier is better.
I mean, I hear a lot of what you're saying, but I'm curious. Anybody want to share, like, what is the type of body that you're attracted to?
To men, other
Well, I don't know.
Let's see. Let's hear it.
Bodies are you attracted to?
because I've been smaller and bigger. I am tall. I already am eliminating a majority of people because I'm one taller man than me. But you know what? Somebody on your show, Zach Miko,
Was that the tall guy?
it was the model. Yes. So it's like some fantastically gorgeous men, but when I feel most comfortable and myself and I can feel just kind of let it all out is a guy that's a little has some cushion. Gym people for gym people. And it seems like unattainable, not my vibe.
No, I appreciate the specificity.
It's interesting. She feels most comfortable with a guy, allegedly, by the way. Allegedly feels more comfortable with a guy that doesn't look that ripped so that she doesn't feel as bad about herself. You don't look that bad? Right. She's not out of shape. Shit.
So I do have a type, but also like I've never dated before. So I'd say like my type goes from I like my type goes from like Prince Eric to Fluffy. Like, he is Fluffy. I just feel like I could like hug him. Like he would give the best hug and be like the best person.
It's a very
like,
wide range.
Yeah. A lot of infinite to that. But like I don't discriminate against like body type or anything like that.
It's funny because for me as a bisexual woman, like what I like in women versus what I like in men is like very different. So men are very much like you. Like dad bods are kind of like what I'm the most attracted to. I don't want someone like super, super big, but I also don't like super skinny or like super, super buff. Like you have a little muscle, that's fine, but like the really buff guys, like not my thing. But for women, I like way more different kinds of women. Like big, like, I don't know. I'm
Sure, you have to say that when you're on the
different kinds of women. Like when I'm swiping on dating apps, like I'll maybe swipe on like 1 in every 20 men, and like when it's like 1 in 5.
All right, let's reset. It's okay for models to set a high standard for body image. Will the agreeers please step forward?
Wow, we got too many body influencers now.
I did some modeling as a kid and as a teenager, and even now as an adult, I did pinup. There's definitely like a high expectation and standard, especially like in runway modeling.
I don't know how old she is, whatever, 20s, early 20s. She said, well, I've never dated. Why do y'all think that is?
Could be multiple reasons.
She seems really sweet.
She's looking for Prince Eric. Or what you say?
I don't even know who that is, but that's what she said, Prince Eric.
Sure, the right person.
But I'm like,
She's too shy.
a lot of girls date. I wonder what about her was making her not, because I'm sure she wanted to. I mean, she's sweet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
She has a type, which means she wouldn't want to date.
Yes. I don't know. I can't put my finger on what it might be, but hopefully she'll find someone. What do y'all?
I mean, they put the Instagrams in that.
Right?
For now.
Autumn.
Right. I mean, I gotta check it out.
Might be more of a girl for Noah.
I like to talk, so, you know.
Latina? You kind of.
Never stepped into that space.
It's a fun space.
In Los Angeles. So, they shoot them out here, so she might be local.
This is where you would get.
Maybe she wants to go to a Halloween party with me.
Yeah, you guys do a couple's costume. You guys could be the Applejacks mascots.
Which one would I be?
You'd be the apple.
Oh.
She'd be the cinnamon stick.
Right.
Did you think I was going to go the other way?
No, I was scared what you thought.
Okay.
I'd look better on this.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
And things like that because they push out these clothing and they only do it in certain sizes. There's standards that different companies have that they want to push out certain things. So like for pinups, they want you to look a certain way. They want you to do your makeup a certain way. They want you to dress a certain way for that style. And something for like Victoria's Secret, they want to promote lingerie, and there's a standard for each company, and they have to live up to that standard based on what they're trying to promote.
And personally, for me, I always looked up to thin people. I always found them very beautiful. I was like, I want to be able to look like a Victoria's Secret model one day. It's okay to have a higher standard because it makes you want like, oh, I want to work harder on myself to achieve that type of body goal. I might not look exactly like them, like with the hips and everything, but I want to be able to look.
She's more like a Rob's girl.
No, I was looking at the task like chill, like a little angel right here. That's pretty sweet.
I was about to say, did y'all have almost a similar aesthetic? You know, different tattoos, black and gray.
Just with the bandana too.
Mm-hmm.
She knows, like, it's actually pretty cool. I like that. Not a bad idea.
Look a healthy version of myself that looks something like that.
I think it's okay for models to have a higher standard of beauty because we are attracted to attractive things. A model is selling something. They're being hired to sell something, and they're going to make it, hey, look at this. Look at the dress I'm wearing. And you as a consumer, you don't want to look at somebody that is going to go, ugh. I don't even want to look at that person. What were they selling? I don't know.
Let's bring in our disagreeers.
She cooked her. Here we go.
I think we all forgot what modeling industry has done for women in our society. I think I went blank for a second. I'm a journalism major. I have my degree in journalism, and growing up with certain magazines, and those women, just because they were thin, does not mean they were healthy. Have y'all ever seen America's Next Top Model? There's a lot of detrimental things that were happening within that society, within that community. And I agree with you. Yes, we all want to look at something aesthetically pleasing, but that varies. Also, the modeling industry is known for not being diverse.
Right.
Hello. So I don't know. We just like
I go to Target. It's nothing but bunch of shit.
Yeah, but it's not that diverse now either. It's evolving, but I wouldn't go as far as saying it's that diverse. But I think that it can be very much a woman. I think the body positivity movement kind of was created in juxtaposition because of the modeling industry in the 90s, early 2000s, how toxic that was.
Yeah, I do think we have come a long way, but we still have like much further to go. The average size of the woman in the United States is a size 16. So why are we not seeing that reflected more on runways and modeling and stuff? You know, I also have issues.
Models aren't supposed to be average.
That's why they're models.
So they're models.
Well, you know what? I think that the NBA has all these tall guys, and it's making me feel bad about
We need more average guys.
Yes, who aren't that good at shooting threes.
No.
Let me join.
That's not pro basketball then. If the runway models are unhealthy, I'd rather like strive to be closer to that than obese, morbidly obese.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I think if there's like a weight scale, I think there's more positive reaction from looking at a model and being you know, inspired by them. Anyone that watches them, they don't know that they're unhealthy though. It's like, yeah, if you know, but like anyone who watches, they don't know like this person doesn't eat anything all day. They just see a healthy looking body, and that's just what these people are trying to promote, which I think is better than putting a fat person out there. Because like she said, it's almost like you don't want to buy the thing or look at the thing in a way, which sucks, but that's what society has deemed fat.
Because a lot of plus size models, they have the curves, but they have no balance. And that's so unrealistic for most plus size women, where it's like, most plus size women, if you are a size 20 like I am, you're gonna have a stomach. And most of those photos have been Photoshop. Yeah, or they even put the model. And the standards keep changing. How many models do they need to show all the different body types for this to sell one dress?
Sounds like there's a tension between the market. If the data says more people click on this body, even if it's unrealistic.
Exactly.
On that body in the ad.
Yes.
What you're saying is that's
We've always been the city of champions. It's in our DNA. Brewed in Edmonton, for Edmonton. This buzz for you, city of champions.
unfair representation of the true customer.
Yeah, exactly. Then I'll like buy something that I saw on a plus size model who has a flat stomach, and then I put it on, and I'm like, oh.
Match found.
I just want to see.
But whose fault is that?
I thought that diversity in sizes wasn't marketable. Like, I can't make money from showing all this diversity in sizes.
Yes, I'm pumped.
Like,
I mean, he obliterated the whole thing right there. This thing makes more money and drives more sales, this image, over this one. Why would we go with the one that gets He was saying that's what the girl stance was. Oh, that's what he was saying. Yeah, compared to the other white. But I agree with that stance. Yeah, I just heard that statement come out of his mouth. There's a reason. So there's a reason why people are more attracted to
The reason why they don't got people on the Calvin Klein model underwear is because that guy, people are gonna buy from that guy.
Yes. Even the words fit and fat, like fat is not an attractive word. You don't want to see that on something you're eating. Oh, it has this much fat. Fat's bad. So it's like they have that already.
Well, the McDonald's that was just overweight people chugging down the burger. I don't think I want to eat today, actually.
They're not going to be like, sell you food and say, this will get you fat. No one wants to buy that. But you know what people love to buy? Healthy, no GMO, fit bar.
Razor, you smurfing your weeby.
On a bicycle smiling and shit. Like, there are things that humans gravitate towards and spend money on and click on and buy because of the visuals, because of the aesthetic of it.
Why did she buy that food suppressing pill? Because she.
Oh, first game on today. My favorite map. I can't wait.
Yeah. And the only reason why she didn't do it was because she said it was going to take too long.
Rihanna, you've proven that most consumers are not the models. They look different.
Champions 2024 bundle is about to release in Valorant, but should you buy it? Obviously, we can all agree that spending $70 or whatever the equivalent is for you on some skins in a free game is hard to justify. But in terms of Valorant and some of the other skin bundles we've seen, how does this one compare when we look at what it actually offers for the price point? I'll focus on just the Phantom first before talking about the knife, and then wrapping up with the bundle as a whole. The Champions 2024 Phantom is a solid addition to all the other rifles in this collection. I'm hesitant to call it the best due to recency bias, but the only thing I don't like about it is how minimal the difference is between kills, as it's just the VCT logo on the gun slowly filling up. With previous years it felt a lot more dynamic and you could really see the progress, whereas on this Phantom it's really easy to miss. In contrast to that though, I do think that the end transformation, or the final form if you will, is the coolest yet on this rifle. You can hardly go wrong with gold, and the cracked texture is a nice touch to match the Champions trophy. Another aspect of this Phantom I love is the finisher. It may not be quite as dramatic or grand scale as some of the others, but I do prefer the way you can interact with the asteroids and the detail of the actual agents you killed being the ones in the supernova. Having said all that though, this is the equal second most expensive Phantom skin in the game at roughly 2,675 Valorant points. Some notable cheaper options are things like Recon or Reaver at 1,775 Valorant points. Then more recently you've even got Near Frontier and Miss Bloom at 2,175 Valorant points, which is an improvement over last year. Or you're not using the other Champions cosmetics and you regret that, maybe you want to pick up this Phantom in that case. Next we come to the knife, which is an improvement over last year, although that's not saying much. Up until this point, it's always been smaller knives like karambits and butterfly knives for champions, so it's cool to see them doing something bigger. It'll come down to personal preference of whether or not you like the blade style of melees in Valorant. You know, some people just aren't a fan of it taking up more of your screen, but I myself don't really mind it. This knife does have some new animations with the inspect and right click, so those are pretty cool. However, this blade should cost 5,350 Valorant points on its own, which is insanely expensive for just one skin. At that point, you may as well just cough up the extra 1,000 Valorant points to throw in the Phantom skin, as well as the body and other cosmetics that come with this collection. Speaking of the gun buddy, it actually turns out you can sort of choose what buddy appears on the blade. Some of the pro players got access to the bundle early, and from Dorkmo's stream, it seems like it'll just match whatever buddy you have equipped to your Phantom skin. I believe that will only be the case if you have the new Champion's Phantom equipped, but I couldn't confirm that for sure. Another thing I noticed is that the base level for the blade is really clean, and if you aren't a fan of all the upgraded sound effects or animations, this might honestly be one of those knives you leave at level 1 from time to time. For the bundle as a whole, we're looking at roughly 6,200. Valorant seems to be in a bit of a dry spell at the moment, but there is actually plenty on the horizon to look forward to. Some of these things were covered in the dev. Looking a little further down the line towards the end of July, I think it'll be the 22nd or so, we can expect Valorant to get a massive update in patch 11.2 as the game shifts to Unreal Engine 5. When I say massive, I'm talking about the literal size of the download. That one will probably take longer than usual, but the devs say that this change should improve frame rate performance, make future patch downloads faster, and there is even going to be a special gun buddy for players who log in while patch 11.2 is live. That does all sound promising, but from what I've seen online, a lot of people are actually concerned about Unreal Engine 5, and there's an especially common sentiment that this would be a detrimental change to players on lower end PCs or laptops. I'm not too tech savvy when it comes to the differences between the two engines, so I don't really have much else to add here, but I'd love to know what you guys think about Valorant moving to Unreal. Overwhelming. Otherwise, the only other thing that was discussed was some loose changes to esports, but those didn't seem to be coming until 2027 and just involved the structure of the GCP and stuff.
Right there. One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
You can't see my face right now,
Here.
but just know I'm
Gun
smiling.
here. Right then. Some more of that, and you're in the shite.
Now we wait. Launching thorn. Rip and tear. alive. There.
Stuff like that.
There.
But yeah, that is essentially everything coming soon to Valorant over the next few months.
Somebody's there.
Valorant just gave us our first look at the next skin bundle coming to the game, which is simply going to be the beta bundle. As far as we know so far, it does seem like this will only contain a knife and then a few smaller cosmetics like a reactive gun buddy and title and spray. Although based on this first look at least, the knife I think will be a pretty popular one. Obviously it has those flippy animations from Xeno Hunter, which is a massively popular knife, and we can see here what I assume is all the variants, being green, red, purple, and blue. Of course, this is going to be based on the original Imperium knife from back in the beta of Valorant, but we now have an entirely different skin line for Imperium, so this might simply be called the beta knife. But yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there is going to be a Phantom or any other gun skin for this one, but regardless, I will show off all of those in-game showcases whenever they become available. The spray having OG music is sort of cool, I guess, and the react...
ये skin crazy है.
Activated. Someone there. Reloading. Gun here.
No peeking.
Reloading. Spike's here. Right there. Watching here.
Oops.
No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted. A. There.
He's dead.
30 seconds left.
He's getting reassembled.
I dinked him. I don't think it was a lot.
They're supposed to be
You
fighting
lied to me
back,
because he
right?
got shot in the fucking
No,
face.
I did dink him. Wait, no, I did. I dinked him for like 100.
Listen, butter boy. I just hit him for 40.
Okay, maybe I'm too weak. It says I did 147. I think the chamber scale was like 140.
That was KO, bitch. That was at the chamber.
I know. Still, I did 2 people. I just wallbanged them. I didn't pay them.
यार तुमने क्या खाई जा भाई?
Ooh, my ult's ready.
Enemy spotted. Mid.
It's okay.
What's this?
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Flawless.
Good. This is our new standard.
Race it to the spike sites.
Flash placed. Can I get this? Thanks. Launching sword. Rip and tear. Out.
Keep up.
Reloading. Reloading. There.
You're here with them.
Wall tripped. Swords activated.
Jumps in.
Yes.
Right there.
This one.
Nice. They shot my wingman.
3 mid.
See ya. 30 seconds left.
Wins on now. Okay, this one.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Ability, dedication, time. That's all we need.
Need a drop. Thanks. Get out of my way!
Doors are alive.
What? She's holding it?
Like Spike planted. Last player standing.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. Could I have a drop?
Turret out.
Could I have a drop? Thank you.
Check your posture.
You want to play? Let's play.
Right there.
Spike down A.
Yo, Jeff, we swing at the same time? What's up?
He's off.
We got
Spike down mid.
Spike's here.
Here.
Spike's mid.
watching here.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Flawless.
And they want drop. Flops.
Yes.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't. Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Gun Buddy does actually look good, at least as far as gun buddies go, but I'm really scared to see how much this one costs when it releases later this week.
Gun here. Turret down. Drop in a smoke.
Reyna right here.
Oh, drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
Oh, she's not even pushing it.
I feel no empathy for them. What does that say about me?
Don't answer. It was rhetorical.
Owen's on site.
Thorns are alive. Enemy A.
Bot coming back.
You are powerless.
Spike planted.
He's at logs in the market.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Yo, Jet.
Control the
I need you
space.
to out Jet this
Control
Jet,
their
man. Lock in.
choices.
Come on, bruh. Come on, man. We know you better. You're better. We know you're better. Lock in, twin. You're better. You're literally better. You're literally. Tell yourself you're better. All right. Got this, man. You're better. You're better. You're better.
Thanks.
That Jet is an op crutch. Man. You came up off with a Vandal. I like that. I like
Yes.
that.
Get out of my way. Ugh.
They smoked. Okay.
Massive day for the unemployed. Valorant's getting a good update that isn't skins. What? They're working on smurfing. They're nerfing Tejo. They're focusing on the gunplay and actually admitted that their game's overloaded with ability cancer. They're even banning identity politics from their game. Just kidding.
Thanks for joining us for another dev update as we continue our 5-year
Spike down A.
And be hoed. But that joke aside, don't be a hoe.
We've got a lot to share today, so let's get right into it. First, I want to talk about abilities. We've seen a lot of conversation over the last few months about abilities in Valorant, especially when multiple abilities overlap and start to overwhelm combat in some scenarios.
Somewhere down the line, Valorant became a game of just like layering abilities instead of, you know, aiming.
We want to make sure that we're always maintaining the delicate interplay between shooting and playmaking that keeps gunplay at the center of the game.
Dude, they literally did the precise gunplay bit. Like, what?
Anticipating where your enemies are and then weaving gunplay, abilities, and teamwork together to win the round is what makes the best moments in Valorant.
devs seem like they care and are at least listening. So, you know, let's hold their words to that.
Hey everyone, I'm Tiffy.
Oh, he's
Hey
DC.
gamers. Oh, that's weird. That's Dan's line. Hey, I'm Ryan.
Let's talk about what we've been calling ability overload here on.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Back like I never left!
Enemy spotted B.
There's one more.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Those were your last words.
Last round before the switch.
This is it. Get those guns.
Sentry.
Stay safe. What's this?
When they bring up an eye, can you
Stay
break it
down.
for me? He's trying to hop over. It's on the side.
Caution here. Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down mid.
There's two.
Last player standing.
Where's this chamber? He was right here for
30
so
seconds
long.
left.
On the live.
Okay, like low-key, Ryan's a bit of a beast. I feel like he benches like 300
Spike
at
planted.
least.
Talk about Tejo.
Yeah, so Tejo makes you consider the importance of an escape plan, essentially. As we look closely, though, at Tejo and how he was being played in the game, we realized that his guided salvos led to a higher frequency of checkmate situations without any opportunity to
Just
counter,
one enemy
especially at the
remaining.
high level. So we reined him in patch 1009 to bring him more in line with those initiated.
You know, good alt point change, good rocket nerf, and like utility
Switching
pricing
sides.
changes. They deported Tejo straight to Guadalajara.
And we've already started some of this work with things like the minimap updates, Brimstone Molly audio. You might have seen the Raze's explosion visual being updated. And this visual tells for health states of Deadlock's barrier meshes.
Props to Riot, you know, quality of life changes are always appreciated.
We're also confident that the changes we're making now and some things that we're exploring for the end of the year will ensure that we're maintaining Valve's core balance between gunplay and abilities. No spoilers though.
Some spoilers.
So then they go ahead and start showing the new map, little sneak peeks, and honestly, the map's looking pretty good. I mean, looks promising, and like the statue here looks insane.
You can't catch us.
Turret out.
Sure. Omen's on this side.
There. Gun here. Gun here.
He blinded.
Didn't know.
Enemy kill.
Spike down A.
You don't have spike.
One enemy remaining.
I got the spike. Wingman's planting.
He might be flank clear.
So during that first patch cycle, which is 2 weeks, our losses on the new map will be reduced by 50%. But don't worry, you'll still earn the full 100% when you win.
Wouldn't that sort of inflate everybody's elo on the new map? You do you, Ryan, but I don't know about this one, Chief.
Smurfing. And that word is loaded. It's not a one-size-fits-all descriptor of the behavior that we see. Some players are dialed in for the night, and they're just performing well for their rank. Others are new or returning and in the process of ranking up. But some have deranked with the intent to stomp, or are playing at lower ranks on accounts that they didn't level themselves. And that's an issue. So here's what's coming. First,
we're gonna permanently ban Keo and send him to the Shadow Realm.
We're increasing the barrier to sharing accounts, starting with multi-factor authentication. Our plan is to require MFA, something like app or SMS verification, primarily for suspicious.
Let's get it. Right here. Right here.
This guy's so weird, bro.
Placing sentry.
Blocking sight.
Spike drop.
I'm gonna get on site, go for it now. He's
Drop in a smoke. Launching thorns. Wingman's gonna plant spike. Thorns are alive. Placing spike. Up one of these. All set.
Cases, and we're looking into it for all competitive accounts as well. Our goal here is to have more clarity and guardrails around who is playing on an account. We're planning to launch this year.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
More specific details to come. Second, we'll be adding an additional reporting category for players that are abusing matchmaking systems.
Apparently people were reporting Smurfs under cheating, and it made it kind of blurry for the anti-cheat developers and stuff like that.
I wanted to give an update about something we talked about earlier this year. We're adding more visibility into your behavior standing. Here's what we plan for it to look like. You can see any active warnings or penalties on your account, along with what penalties may be coming next.
This is going to be a tough one for Zelsis to stomach.
This is also launching later this year. Our game is competitive, and sometimes you overheat. We're giving you more direct and visible information so that you can course correct more quickly, and so you understand when bans are on the table.
But you gotta stop banning people for calling people fat or midget. Like, who cares?
We started the year off with some quality of life improvements, like rank shield.
I knew.
Goodbye. Gun here. Placing sentry. Gun here.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
That's the spike, Wings.
Plant the spike.
Reloading. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Thrash is ready.
No peeking.
Here.
I have low health.
Don't be.
Last player standing.
Don't stress if I die. It's great knowing you all. Need a draw. Also, delete my hard drive.
Shields.
What do you mean rank shields? What is this, Clash of Clans?
Team tags are coming for players who participate in weekly matches, and we're adding a sick way to recognize those that manage to win the playoff tournament. In general, we'll keep leveling up the competitive journey in Val through this year and beyond.
Rapist gonna go crazy.
79! I'll hand it over to Leo.
Thanks, Steven. Hey, folks.
That ain't Leo. This is Leo.
I have ult.
You know, spike.
He's lying.
Turret out. I have the spike. Enemy spotted. B.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike
Why are
down.
we not
Attacker
doing this? This
spawn.
guy's just raiding our spawn.
One down.
I got the spike. Spike drop. I got the spike.
Okay, that's one on cat.
Leo, that's Leonard, if anything.
It's Leo here on behalf of the VCT team. When we originally designed our sport with all of its pieces, challengers, game changes, international leagues, global events, we made a number of choices focused on delivering highly impactful moments, stability for top teams and players, and a viable path to grow.
Stability? What are you talking about? Your tier 2 teams are like throwing games for a pack of Insta noodles and like a gift card to Walmart. Like there is no stability in your game.
The first goal is more openness. While partnership will remain a key component of our design, we want the VCT to be a bit more open, better bridging the gap between tier 1 and tier 2, between professional and community tournaments, and giving more teams the opportunity to compete at bigger stages.
Use for that juicy skin money you got to, you know, give some to the organizations who've been kind of losing money every year.
The second goal is more flexibility. We want to design a system that gives us a wider variety of competitions, formats, and event locations around the globe.
If they mess with one of us, they mess with all of us.
Need a drop. Need a drop. Need a drop. Thanks.
Chamber pushes up.
Yes.
You want to play? Let's play.
He's up.
Enemy spotted A.
Someone's out on us.
Placing sentry. I think Bosford is ready.
He should be coming from spawn. Or still
One enemy remaining.
Jet is on me. Okay, no, she is.
Watching here.
And our third goal
is to extract every goddamn penny from your working class wallet and then use that money to upgrade our servers so we can track your data and sell it to China for competitive prices. Oh, you want skin prices to go down? Go f yourself, you
Who gave you all that confidence? My
and our
ultimate's
third
ready.
goal is to create more
Gun here.
ecosystem moments.
Transferring all of our orgs to Saudi Arabia to milk their oil money as we don't actually want to pay the team. Oh, and about game changers and marginalized genders, we'll just pretend to care and put a little gun buddy in your story.
So if you're watching this in Saudi Arabia,
One of the most important foundations for Valorant's future is the game engine itself. We've been building Valorant in Unreal 4 for over 10 years, and the time is right to upgrade to Unreal 5. Coming soon in patch 1102 around the end of July. The patch on release day will be a significantly large download to change the engine out.
Better not be to install spyware on my computer, Mr. Ho. I'm taking your word.
That's so lame.
Crash got a hit.
Only Omen's chamber is right below you guys, so if you jump, look down.
For it. I'm not a technical expert, but I think it's a good thing that they're updating it. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's some nerd in the comments who's like, "Oh, actually, Unreal 4 is superior because of it." But like, yeah.
So we really appreciate your patience. In the short term, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that the upgrade doesn't disrupt your gameplay, so the game's overall look, feel, and all your crazy lineups should still be similar.
Dot lineups.
The patch will, however, come with changes that will improve frame rate performance and make patch downloads faster in the future, and there will also be a special gun buddy to commemorate the occasion for everybody that logs in while the 1102 patch is still live.
Oh, free stuff. That's awesome.
Okay, finally, let's talk about replays. Replays have been a long time coming, and we are happy to confirm that they'll be going live on PC with patch 1106 in September.
Stop the cap.
I feel like the reason they haven't released it yet is because that's the only thing keeping their engagement alive on social media, or just people ask about the replay system. People, it's like entrenched in people's daily routine at this rate.
And coming to console a bit later this year.
Would I actually see something? They got like a replay bar. What?
We'll be sharing more info as we get closer to release. All right, that's a wrap for today. We're 5 years in, but we want you
Don't give Gecko
On
the
the other
spike.
side.
What's this?
Shit. He's on the right side. He jumped onto site. Omen is way back there.
Blocking sight.
Okay, he's on the left. Let's just not go through this.
Reloading.
There's 2 on B side. Let's just go. Yeah, there's not 3. There's 3 of them there now. That means A only has 1 person.
Enemy spotted. A.
Oh my god, I'm so bad.
Unable.
The hunt begins.
That's spike, Wings. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Wall set. Spike out. Launching forward.
Okay, I have ulti. Let's just end this.
Blinding prep.
Found them. Killed my bot.
Wall trick. Thorns activated.
Placing sentry.
Bring me the arsenal!
You know. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
GG.
Attackers win.
Sophie says good morning. Good morning, everyone.
She's so cute.
She's the best.
This is Owen. He's 6'4", 235 pounds, and he's fat and he's chopped. But that all changes today.
I need to drop down to 196. That is a total of 40 pounds.
Over the next 2 months, we'll be doing this challenge called Chuz to Bruz.
20 pounds in 4 months? That's by August, right? We can get it done by August.
Throughout this journey, we're going to be having him go through a full body revolution. We're going to have him go to the gym every day, track his calories, watch what he eats. It's not just going to stop there. We're also going to change how he dresses, because let's be real, this guy dresses like a complete bum. This is week 4 of Chuz to Bruz. So if you haven't watched the other 3, that's actually fine, because next week, we're going to have a full recap of basically week 1 all the way to week 4, but it's just going to be his growth and his weight loss journey from then. There's not really going to be any Beyblades, any Walmart vlogs, or anything. It's strictly just what he's done from week 1 or day 1 all the way to day 28 or week 4. Go watch that one. It's going to be a lot shorter than this. Probably going to be less than 20. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please make sure.
I hope he doesn't. What? Are you going to cut this one out? About the gym content. How's the gym content? Content? I don't know. It's getting it's alright. It's getting a bit shorter. Is it shorter? Yeah. Are you more tired, more fatigued? Nope. No? No, it's better to eat a lot of carbs. That's why I actually eat carbs before a workout. That's good, that's good. For the energy. Yeah. Still doing cardio. Here we got Max shooting. Form shooting. Hey! Oh, he made it. I was praying on his downfall. So was Owen. Goodness, guys. Airball, airball. Oh, he pump faked us. He edged us. Oh, he made it. He knows the cameras are on. He made it again. Alright, this is all going out. What is this guy doing, bro? Come on, shoot it. He's pressing the hard. Watch this.
90-Day Fiancé couple Jenny Slatin and Sumit Singh have made a big move after spending the last 5 years together in
This is Wayne, your typical gym bro.
A mystery. Jesse loves playing detective.
But the real mystery is her irritated skin. So we switched to Time Free and Gentle. It cleans better and doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
And it's gentle on her skin.
Try Tide Free and Gentle with 100% money back guarantee. It's got to be Tide.
If you're neurodivergent, the internet can feel overwhelming. So we created the TV Accessibility Adapter.
I know you love each other. You guys don't love each other. But you also know love is not everything. If you are doing this, I'm telling you, mom and dad will be 200% not happy.
Legally, they are adults and they have all the rights to take up the decision what they want to do in their life. But at the same time, Sumit has to take family as a consideration. As a son, at least he should inform to the parents.
This is gonna be a shock to them. This is not the first time I'm telling. I'm keep telling them since a long time I want to marry, I want to marry, I want to marry. Like
Fine,
over a year.
but I
Now
think you
I want
should inform to mom and dad that you're getting engaged tomorrow. That's a big day for you and big day for them as well. If they come to know from anybody else, that's going to hurt them more, and I think the situation will be more sour. Better you call them before we reach back home so that they don't get any information from us.
This is really bad because I don't want him to go back home and tell the things to my parents that we are planning for the ring ceremony. It will offend them, and I won't get a chance to explain it to them like peacefully conversation. That's never gonna happen now.
Situation will be very tense at home once they'll come to know. It's a fact.
They can always not tell them.
Then
you guys will be relaxed.
That's going to be wrong.
That's gonna be more difficult.
So you will be calling mom and dad today?
So, are you guys leaving? We are leaving now. Once our parents get to know about this thing, that they are getting engaged, it's going to be a fight with the Somel. Okay, bye-bye. And obviously, it will be like very bad. Mentally, our parents are not ready for this. Oh, what, Jenny?
I thought I was supposed to invite them to the engagement, to the ring ceremony. I thought I was supposed to invite your brother.
We were just trying to convince him so he can talk with the parents and he can send the parents to our house. Now he will go home and definitely he will tell the parents.
We were just going to do the ring ceremony without telling his parents because we didn't want to be stopped. And now he has to tell them because his brother is going to tell him if he doesn't.
Call him.
If this case bores you, the ER has already ruled them out.
We're supposed to be. Tell her everything's great. It's true. No more lessons. left side, right side reversals. Still some short-term memory loss and spatial processing problems, but try not to be too hard on myself. Yeah, might pull a muscle. We have a case.
Seizure that can't be explained by epilepsy and accompanied by elevated calcium levels.
Still bored. I don't know why. Because seizure with mildly elevated calcium is diagnostically simple. It's either hypoparathyroid, cancer, or calcium-mediated neurotoxicity. Well done. But until you can remember how to make coffee, hands off the patients.
House. All those reasons this case bores you, the ER has already ruled them out.
EEG and brain function. We focus on the task at hand. Why did mommy twitch so hard she tossed the baby in with the bathwater? And maybe for this? Of course I need you. We're a team.
Polyodorodicin does so. Inflamed arteries in the brain cause seizures. Inflamed arteries in the kidneys cause calcium buildup.
You're a moron. If you look at the file, kidney function's fine.
Whipples.
What?
Whipples.
Tester. Cameron thinks it starts with a W. I'm thinking V.
That one with it this morning, I didn't bet no strep.
Think you can do a strep throat culture without the swab ending up in the guy's poop chute?
V for vasoconstriction.
That'd be my guess.
Less calcium makes blood vessels in the brain clamp down. Best case scenario, seizure. Worst case, stroke.
Do indigenous traction angiogram. One. Until up and down. Cameron's a girl. All that mechanical stuff.
It's all right. Honey says I'm stuck here.
Late.
And you are in my locked office. Again.
What you got there? Special panties for your date with Wilson?
It's not a date, and it's not your business.
Is that a date? It is business. And if it was business, you would say it was none of my business.
What do you want?
I want to talk about your date with Wilson.
It's not a date.
This is fun. Spring chase for NICU, and I'll shut up about your date.
NICU is short-staffed.
You suddenly lost the ability to lie. Nobody's quit NICU in 2 years. And if you're making up reasons, that means there is no reason. Which means he asked for the assignment, didn't he?
If Chase needs a break from you, he should take it.
Absolutely.
Well, Mom and Dad, negative for strep.
Be back playing with the big toy soon.
We're not. Either way, I'm fine.
You don't have to say that.
It's okay. I always work in the research lab or teach.
And you'd be okay with that?
Why would that be?
You were planning on pursuing grants of your own, running a department.
I'm alive. Changing jobs, not making coffee. If that stuff bothers me now, I don't deserve the second chance.
They say that physical contact helps the healing process.
What's happening?
I'm not getting enough oxygen to take to my inside. Lungs collapsed. He's not getting any air. I need 90 happening. What, a seizure?
The chest muscles aren't contracting. It's something else. He's okay.
As long as the collapse fever's okay. No idea. So, what causes seizures, hypercalcemia, and the thing where mommy bends like Gumby? Little fizzy here. Uh-huh. Baby's lungs are gonna conk out any minute. Probably want to deal with that. I'll get right on it as soon as I finish indulging my boss. Multitask. Chemical pneumonitis. Bubble bath comes to the baby's lungs when he was underwater. Starting on prednisone, keep him on high bio2. Let the indulging commence. Lithium could cause all three of the minor symptoms.
No record she's on lithium.
And tox screen was negative. Lithium doesn't show on a basic tox screen scarecrow. Myeloma meningitis could also cover everything. Rare complications for rare blood cancer. You're not totally hopeless. Get an SPEP and an MRI for myeloma meningitis. Search the patient's place with lithium. Baby's lung problem is bacterial, not chemical. Start ECMO. While you're searching for the lithium, take a water sample and check the pipes. I'm going to write this down for you. I ask you, is almost dying any excuse for not being fun? I'm not putting that baby on ECMO. The chance of there being bacteria in bath water, why don't you work for me? I'm nice, fun at parties. I'm not working Nikki because of you. The baby's x-ray suggested chemical pneumonitis. To me, x-ray was too consolidated. So why are you down here? Hoping to expand your make-out pool to include the preemie to 9-year-old demographic? I needed a break. And patience. They lie to us all the time. Foreman almost died trying to save a drug-dealing cop. I just wanted to get away from that for a while. What a complete load of crap. What, am I a nurse you're trying to prep with this vulnerability thing? ECMO could kill him. You don't start with ECMO and that infection can rampage through his body like Pistons fans after a championship. But you do it your way. Nothing more honest than a dead baby. ECMO stands for extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. Basically, we remove your son's blood, get all of his blood. We run it through a machine which takes out carbon dioxide and adds oxygen. Then we rewarm the blood and then run it back into his body. There is a significant risk of internal hemorrhaging, and he may also suffer. You put him on antibiotics. Won't that take care of the infection? Not fast enough. Are you sure this isn't like his best shot? Absolutely. Honey is trash. Not anymore. Paid good money for it. Look at what she bought. Red clover. What is red clover used for, Dr. Wilson? Also used to treat asthma, psoriasis, joint pain. She didn't wheeze, flake, or ache. She didn't ask a pulmonologist or a dermatologist for dinner. She invited an oncologist. It's not a date. It's a consult.
Mom's MRI was negative for masses, abscesses. There's no sign she's violent.
Call me.
She has a subarachnoid bleed.
So why is our patient bleeding into her brain?
Blood workup shows her protons elevated.
She's bleeding because she's not clotting. So why is she not clotting? What you bring us, Daddy? Only mood altering drug is vodka. The back of a drawer.
Hiding booze is classic alcoholic behavior. That'd explain the bleeding.
What bleeding? You don't remember? She bled all over you this morning. Kidding. Idiots are fun. I wonder if my village wants one.
If she's an alcoholic, she would also be more prone to hypercalcemia.
But tox screen was negative for alcohol. Hey, it was your idea. Now it's even better. Mommy quits, she gets DTs, it explains the seizure. Also, his conversion disorder. They're deep in the debt. He's working around the clock, they got a new baby. I think the seizure was a physical response to psychological stress. Uzi, mommy covers more symptoms. Put her in a nice phenobarbital coma before the DTs kill her. Where are you going? To put her in a pheno coma. What if I'm wrong? What if daddy's the drug?
Want us to give her the pheno or not?
I want him to argue his point. I assume you considered the father and moving out. What's that saying? When you assume, you become a pain in the ass to me. Why should I argue? You just overruled me. Enough! Get a pony or a watermelon farm.
House.
I need him to react. I need him to act like a human being. I need him to get over this boring near-death rebirth. I have changed. It's not something you get over. Nearly dying changes everything forever. For about 2 months. 2 months is too long. I need the guy I hired back now. No matter how much your misery loves company, it's not getting him. I'll talk to the dad. Cameron can take the mom. We'll figure out if mom is a drinker. Waste the time. Put her in a coma before the DTs kill her.
So, is this a separation or?
A lawyer's been hired. Friends divvied up. Oddly, she didn't invite me for house.
At least there aren't kids involved. Just have each other to deal with.
If there had been kids, maybe we would have done more of that.
Do you want kids?
Listen, is there anything in particular you want to hospital business or
Catching up. I mean, you know, it's not like either one of us has anybody to run home to. How are you feeling? Okay. You groggy. Just gonna here and see you.
Hey, Mike. Mommy's back.
Oh, Mike. So sad. I'm so much.
You don't have anything to be sorry about. You were sick. She and her husband met in AA. Obviously, she slipped. Good call. It wasn't hard, considering my other choice was your stupid psych theory. Which was not stupid. I tell you, I'm gonna drop the N-bomb if I have to. You're addicted to conflict. Did they change the name? We could have handled this patient without dragging Chase in. But the fact that he didn't want it killed you. Just like the fact that you could wrath out of me. Where's the baby? Your psych theory wasn't stupid. Your son is stable. Lack of oxygen damages kidneys. She must have rolled over on it by mistake. Mr. Mason, I was there. Your wife tried to smother your son. That's impossible. Kara would never hurt Mikey.
He knows. They said Mikey knows. You hear voices? They wouldn't quit saying that Mikey would be better off. They were right. We've been trying to diagnose a seizure that didn't exist. She faked it when her husband caught her.
I don't think she faked it.
She just happened to seize right in the middle of drowning her child. Right for the kid.
Hey, take it easy on Foreman. He's playing with one load tied behind his back.
Postpartum psychosis makes a winter drown a kid. The internal conflict triggers a seizure.
You know what else might be a trigger? Physical illness. It's a wild idea, I know, especially since she doesn't have any obviously physical symptoms like internal bleeding or excess calcium.
I'll draw some blood. Test for it.
Ah! She done it again. Will you argue with me? Drinkers don't eat right. Explains the bleeding and the calcium. This might just be some crazy drug, and I'm telling you that she's about to die of myelomatous meningitis.
We already tested.
Exactly. It's an insane idea.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Have an original thought. In the meantime, stress her into having another seizure.
You can't. She's on haloperidol.
You also can't because it's dangerous and highly unethical. Therefore, if you get caught, pretend you can't make coffee. Mental defectives get tons of slack. Take her off the haloperidol, hook her up to an EEG, flash some lights, make her pants, shoot her up with a placebo. When she starts twitching, if the machine twitches along, it's real. If not, call the cops because she's a psycho killer.
Stop pushing him.
Stop protecting him.
He needs it.
Not if he wants to get better.
He might not be able to get better.
Well, then I need a new neurologist.
He got sick doing his job.
You got killed doing his job. I wouldn't keep him on the payroll. I don't care how guilty you feel or how touched you are by his reborn spirit.
I'm not touched.
Then you're guilt-ridden.
I'm not guilt-ridden.
Then you're pathetic.
Right now, I'm annoyed. Keeping him up all night in the seizure lab is not the way to advance his recovery. It's too much.
You're right. You should stick around. Make sure he doesn't screw up.
Kara, look directly into the light. Keep looking. But you'll be gone for the day.
I'd wait for the bone marrow biopsy results.
House sent you to babysit me, didn't you?
He asked me to wait for the results.
10 minutes, fine.
Of course he is.
Look, a few weeks ago, you were upset that I didn't consider you a friend. Now you're upset that I'm happy.
What can I say? Apparently I'm a bitch.
Whoa, don't say that.
It's annoying. Existing every day of your life as a blessing is basically calling everyone else shallow. It's old.
Sorry.
Give it a rest.
How was dinner?
Gotti did not mention cancer.
She lost her nerve.
It was a date.
What are you doing?
PCR test.
You're doing it yourself. In the middle of the night. On a spoon. Cutties.
I'm checking your saliva for cancer markers.
Yeah. I did that after all my dates, too. People think you're the nice one.
Why are you so worried about Cutty?
You go first. You desperately want this to be a date.
Because the alternative is cancer.
Just admit that you like her. She's smart, funny, and a zesty bod. And if it's great, you can look beyond the fact she's the devil.
I stole a spoon. You stole her garbage.
She's my boss. If she gets sick, the hospital might replace her. Especially if she dies. I'd have to learn how to manipulate someone new.
Whoa. I think I'm gonna cry.
Find me when the results come in.
Mr. Mason, there's damage done to your son's kidneys. His potassium is climbing. It's causing irregular heartbeats. Doubling the meds is starting on dialysis. Unless we get his potassium down, he's gonna have a heart attack. Kara, just another few minutes.
Biopsy's back. She's negative for myelomatous meningitis.
She's not seizing. So we're wrong and House is wrong.
Okay with it? She's seizing.
She's not doing it.
Reactivate isn't accelerating, it's slowing down. Loss of rigidity, involuntary grasping and sucking motions. She's in an encephalopathic delirium.
Genuine physiological illness rules out a few things. Like what, I wonder?
Postpartum psychosis and conversion disorder.
Think about being a good loser. You're still a loser. Ouch.
The delirium means her brain is shutting down, reverting to its most instinctual functions.
It's progressive. You can assume it's progressive. Which means it won't be long before the brain closes shop altogether. Ideas.
Is it beaten?
What's happening to skills in crime? Mental scale machine.
Where? Still a defense.
Chase should be wasting his time in NICU.
Could be Wernicke's.
Treatment for Wernicke's is fine. Getting that together with Pino.
Delirium points to lithium. I know we didn't find any, but
He's smuggling it in, getting sicker.
Ripples causes encephalopathic delirium.
The test was negative.
The test could have been wrong.
Ideas are not soda cans. Recycling sucks. Give me something new and shiny. Or go retro. Keep an old idea, shine it up. Add a new symptom. Encephalopathic delirium. Pellagra.
She drinks. Alcoholics get pellagra. Eat lousy diets, so no nice.
He agrees with me. Shock. You're right.
Lack of niacin starves the brain. Neurons shut down, causes seizures, encephalopathic delirium, and psychosis.
We give Kara niacin. She'll come out of her delirium and she'll be totally sane.
I think she's ever gonna be sane again. The sound just thought.
How do you feel?
My stomach kind of hurts.
I need to ask you some questions. See how you're doing. Tell me your name.
Kara Mason. Is my son here?
When were you born?
Please. Where's Michael? Is he okay?
Do you hear any other voices besides mine?
No. Answer me.
You've been suffering from delusions. They were caused by vitamin deficiency, pellagra. It made you believe things that were not real.
Like the voices. I remember doing things to Mikey. Were those real?
I'm afraid so.
So
You're trying to suffocate yourself.
But you stopped me, and the doctor, he got Mikey breathing.
Your son's organs were damaged too severely. He passed away this morning.
Oh, no.
Pellagra doesn't cause bloody vomit. She's still sick and getting worse.
So, what causes pellagra and crimson spew? Dead baby. While sad, not our problem. I should have given him more polystyrene. Be coming. If you don't get over it, you're gonna kill mama too.
Her alcoholism caused the pellagra. Maybe it also explains the vomiting. Gastritis.
Gastritis meds aren't helping. Which may confirm my story she only slipped once.
You remove the drinking from the equation, internal bleeding, hypercalcemia, seizure, and pellagra are all back in.
Jeez, will you get your head out of the dead baby's butt and focus on the barely alive? How much polystyrene did you give the kid?
1 gram. His potassium just kept rising.
Need your son. Who are you? The wife's doctor. Your son may have had the same condition she does. My son didn't have a condition. She killed him. By biopsy her intestine, she'll bleed out. He obviously won't. You're not using my son's body to help her. Okay. How about trading him for a beer? Or maybe you weren't a whiskey guy. You didn't have strep or stomach bug the morning you came in. You puked because you were hungover. Accused of recovered drunk and slipping most of the time would be right. So I drink. You're acting like this is my fault. People are going to feel sorry for you. They'll tell you that you can't anticipate the unthinkable. The fact is you can. It's just not all that pleasant. You don't know anything. I know that people don't get crazy enough to kill someone without first being crazy enough for someone to notice. How many times did you go out for a drink because she was crying? How many times did you stay at work because you could listen to her telling you what a bad mother she is? You were relieved when she shut down. Just sat staring for hours at a time. She held the pillow over his head. You slept while she went nuts. Not exactly a draw. What is wrong with you? What kind of a person says those things now? Let me do the test. Be one less thing for you to feel crappy about. I got a dead baby for you to biopsy. I can't do it. Love working NICU. I can get you transferred. I told you, I just wanted to trust patients. You don't give a crap about patients. Your paycheck. You've been double dipping. Taking your vacation time here while drawing a salary at NICU. Strange. Rich boy doing all that for some extra cash. I'm not rich, but your dad was. Now he's dead. If you're not rich, that means that daddy cut you out. I'm not rich. Don't let it change you. Do the test. What of compassion. Take Michael into your arms. Welcome back to paradise. We know sorrow. But wait. Peace and relief from love. It was a date. Cuddy's negative for all cancer markers. It was a date. Baby's intestines show slight villus atrophy. How would a baby in a flattened villi? It's being treated with polystyrene. Polystyrene shouldn't. It didn't. The question is, what did they use in the NICU to bind it together?
Wheat gluten.
It's great stuff. Unless your body can't tolerate it. The baby didn't have colic, he had celiac disease. Just like mom. Celiac can be triggered by all kinds of stress. Bills, childbirth, drunk husband. Every time she had a bowl of pasta or a slice of bread or slosh of soy sauce, her small intestine became more damaged, less able to absorb the vitamins and minerals in her bloodstream. Her body couldn't absorb enough niacin to cause the pellagra, couldn't absorb vitamin K, cause the bleeding. And celiac is why the baby's meds didn't work. His body just couldn't absorb them. Switch mom to IV nutrition. It's gluten-free. Let's push her bill right up.
No, celiac causes nutritional deprivation. Our patient has excess calcium.
Tell him what causes excess calcium. With a chaser of bloody vomit.
Celiac patients are susceptible to cancer of the stomach lining. She has multiple lymphoma.
She's your patient now. And it wasn't a date. You don't have cancer.
You don't have dwarfism.
You have no proof of that. I have this.
You ran a PCR on me without my consent?
It's good news.
Really? It's just hard to access because of this overwhelming sense of personal violation.
Deal with it on your own time. Bad news. Estrogen's too high.
No matter how many people you tell otherwise, I am, and always have been, a woman. Estrogen is normal.
This much. Release another week. That's when you ovulate.
You monitor my periods based on when I get bitchy or...
Once a month, when you leave the kids' cancer ward, your eyes glisten. And about 3 days later, you break your ban on sugar and chow down a bucket of frozen yogurt in the cafeteria, sprinkles included. Based on the last yogurt sighting, you've got another week before you ovulate. You're on fertility meds. With red clover as an herbal booster. Dinner with Wilson. It's an audition. It's too bad he didn't land the gig. He would have had fun.
I was considering a donation. No party.
So, when's our dinner? Oh, she's gonna be so disappointed.
Right. You're gonna have a lot of fun with this.
Your patient won't let me touch her.
I killed my son.
Is it my turn to say something obvious now? Oh, I know. You were insane.
I did it. I chose to do it.
Like diabetics choose to not produce insulin. Listen, someone got sick. Someone died. Happens every day. The only difference in this case is it wasn't the same someone.
Could have stopped. I didn't have to listen to those voices.
Spoken like a true sane person. This is not your fault. You're healthy now. Except for the cancer.
Those voices felt as real to me as Michael's hand. Right here when he nursed. And the smell of his hair.
You do not deserve to die.
I don't want to live.
She said no.
So we get her declared unstable with plain medical.
She was unstable now. She's sane. She's entitled to refuse treatment.
You have to change your mind. You can't just walk away.
Fine. Go on in there and tell her that every day is a blessing. So you killed your baby. Shake it up. Think positive. At least you're alive. Kind of hard to sell when you don't believe it, huh? You never believed it. You just wanted all that crap you went through to mean something. Well, it didn't mean anything. It never does. Welcome back. Why are you doing this to me? I was happy. We're aspiring. Content. Don't give me a semantic argument. I was content with the way things were. That's what happiness is. Yeah. If we were all just satisfied with what we had, what a beautiful world it would be. We'd all slowly starve to death in our own filth, but at least we'd be happy. Listen, I need your self-worth to hang on this job. Kicking ass here to be all that lets you rise above the miserable. Waking up in the morning is enough. I don't need you. I can live with that. No, you can't. Not anymore. If you got treatment, maybe we could. When you see Mikey, his dad says he's sorry. Right. Did you tell Cuddy we tested her for cancer? Yeah. And? Wasn't a date. Turned out she had some skin lesions. Guess there was no genetic predisposition. TiVo the L word?
Now that one. I was at the studio when grandfather recorded it.
You got him all.
Mama, everything, the whole life. It was all a lie. I never knew you. I never knew you were my dad.
Life's gonna be okay. You're a good kid. You got it together. Survived the last 8 months on your own. You're not your grandfather. Or your mom. You're not gonna make the same mistakes they did. I'm proud that I'm your father. Let him get this chance. This chance. This chance. Leona! And is no longer in service.
No doubt how long society in that case, 16-year-old girl presenting with cardiogenic shock. No heart attack. Heart looks fine. ER did a full cardiac workup. Top screen's clean. Blood shows no infection.
All on the top page. I'm a real good reader. The personal chart handout means there's something else. I'm hoping it's not personal.
The guy who brought the girl in says he knows you. I thought I'd met all your friends. I was also wondering if you can take a look at these when you have a chance. No hurry. It's just a couple of medical histories. One with a minor cancer concern.
Problem.
You thought I was gonna do it, didn't you?
Do I know you?
Come on, it's me, Crandall.
Doesn't ring a bell. Unless you mean Dylan Crandall, the man who will believe anything. Maybe that just made you believe that I...
You haven't changed. Heard about your leg.
Yeah, pull a hamstring, playing Twister. Just gonna walk it off. But she's the girl.
Jesse Baker's granddaughter. You always said you'd give your right hand to play like him.
No, I said I'd give my right hand to have this left. Why is she with you?
She lost her mom, Katrina, her home, everything.
Uh-huh. I know her father. Yeah, she looks just like you. Got the same fro.
She wrote a book about Baker. Hung out with him. His daughter.
This is how bacons are made.
I never knew. She never knew. Her mom lied for 16 years.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't believe it.
Her mom was pissed at me about my book. I trashed her and her dad. She wouldn't talk to me. Obviously, she's not going to tell Leona that.
Sucker. You always were.
Does that mean you're not going to help her?
Why wouldn't I? She's not scamming me.
Acute myocardial infarction.
ER said no. Retests.
Wolf Parkinson-White syndrome?
ER said no. Retests. Read the damn file.
You just gave them to us.
That's a wave on the EKG. No, no. Everything about her heart is healthy.
She's a Katrina victim.
It's better than Crandall. It's a Katrina victim.
I don't think she was expecting your sympathy. I think her point was New Orleans was a third world country. Toxins, mold, sewage in the streets.
What if her heart is like my bike? Runs like crap when I'm by myself. I take the mechanic, runs great.
An arrhythmia. One-time event.
What are we going to do? Keep her in a room on a cardiac monitor so she's another arrhythmia? That could be weeks. Months.
Relax. I happen to know she's going to have one right after lunch. We are golden.
You can't induce an arrhythmia in someone whose heart nearly gave out 48 hours ago.
Sure you can. It's kind of technical. She stick all these cool little wires inside her somehow.
I mean, you shouldn't.
Oh, right. It'd be much more ethical to let it happen in an uncontrolled setting. There's always a team of cardiologists having lunch at the next table. This is Jersey. He's a minor. He's going to need consent. Oh, that's an excellent plan. We'll give him the form and tell him it's wrong and dangerous.
I can handle a simple consent form.
Okay. I'll be Graham. That's camera.
House, from what you say, this guy will trust you.
This scene? Go.
I need to talk to you about a procedure we'd like to do on Leona.
Like to do? This fun for you?
He's not you. He's not gonna mock me.
He's staying in character. I'm so scared. Hold me.
In order to figure out which circuit is misfiring, we need to map all the electrical activity in her heart.
Swear to be on the bike when you do this. Who's your kid? Goodbye. Map the electrical pathways in her heart. We send electricity through each, one at a time, until one fails.
Sounds dangerous.
It's a risk I'm prepared to take.
If she's got an electrical problem, couldn't more electricity blow her whole system?
Well, you've just been watching Bill Nye, the Science Guy. Test is perfectly safe. We do it every day. You believe me.
I shouldn't do the test?
It's crazy dangerous. Just sign the damn form.
I'm not crying. I can handle this.
Blow your nose. Need DNA from somewhere.
You're not running a paternity test.
She's gonna stay around just long enough to get your bank account and credit card numbers, and she's gonna be off with her next daddy.
What she's been through. Why would you assume?
What she's been through.
Because that's her default position. Always has been.
Because she's still alive. Raised by a junkie, living on the streets, that tends to kick the sweetness out of you.
Figured you'd have mellowed.
Because you're an idiot.
If I let you do the test, it means I don't trust her.
No, it means I don't trust her.
She's out.
Heart rhythm's normal. Insert the first catheter.
I'm in.
All heart rhythms still normal.
Zapped you yet?
Send the first electrical pulse.
So no atrial node is normal. Back. Supraventricular tachycardia. Stop the current.
Is she hallucinating?
Are they pushed that 12.5 adenosine?
She's crashing. BP's plummeting.
Ron, is she hallucinating?
Go. Go away.
The AV node is not the bad pathway. Well, unless it was a heart attack. Reset her so we can find the real problem.
Charging. Clear. Normal rhythm.
Chase. High right atrium, please.
Her heart's fragile after that last attack. Transient tachycardia.
You have my permission to blame Foreman in any negligence trial.
Send the electrical pulse.
That's the one. She's hallucinating. It's near the coronary sinus.
Breathe it.
Damage heart must have gone. Cryoablation complete. EEG's back to normal. No hallucinations.
She'll be fine by breakfast. Interesting reading.
Those are my top 2 choices for sperm donors. I wanted your medical opinion on genetics.
They're losers.
Medically or...
Donor 1284 likes square dancing. No one likes square dancing. 613, he's been practicing medicine for 5 minutes, calls himself a healer. Loves Mozart.
I'm not going dancing with them. I'm looking for healthy sperm. He's got 4 living grandparents.
Who they are, what they do, that doesn't matter.
I'm leaning towards 613.
Oh, sure. Go with the Jewish number.
1284 had the cousin that tested positive for the BRCA gene.
But his mother was negative, which means so's her baby.
What about the
Mediterranean Dutch background on the dad's side? It's not a problem. Because his dad's mom didn't carry the thalassemia gene. The bigger issue is the jerk and poser genes. This Mozart, why?
people can't like classical music?
And designing a kid, a loser kid, who's already getting pummeled at recess.
Here, knock yourself out. Go find sperm that beat up 613's kid. And thanks for your help.
Pretentiousness is hereditary. Just because they haven't found the gene yet.
Hello? I just need some water. Is anyone there?
The second hallucination means we didn't fix her heart. Maybe we missed something.
Her heart's fine. If she hallucinated, it wasn't caused by her heart.
If the screaming, the floundering, it was an hallucination. What if it wasn't a hallucination?
We covered
I'm finished. What if it was an atypical seizure? Seizure? She saw her mother. Mother's dead. Ergo, hallucination.
Anyone want to explain that?
His leg hurts. Walking takes his mind off of it.
Flashback. All that wind and rain from the hurricane. Post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Why are you so bent on her not having a hallucination?
If she did have a hallucination, then the heart problem would be predicted, found, and fixed. It was just a gigantic coincidence. His leg always hurts.
It's getting worse.
What if the heart isn't a coincidence and isn't what caused the hallucination? The arrhythmia hurts. What if her hallucination was caused by pain? What if she has a disease that translates pain into a bizarre physiological response, like a hallucination?
She has an autoimmune disease. She needs a CRP, a rheumatoid factor.
I can prove an autoimmune disease in 5 minutes. She needs a PET scan. You can't test for autoimmune in a PET, proving that her hallucinations are a consistent response to pain, which proves that she has an autoimmune disease.
How do you test someone's response to pain?
Easy. Hurt them. It's not going to hurt at all. We just need to make sure you don't move. Okay, give me your arm. Let's check your muscle responses. Turn it over. I'm upward. Everything okay?
Yeah.
Oh, the hell was that? Diagnostic test. Cerebral cortex responding normally. She's not hallucinating. You know he's not your father, don't you?
He's not dead. Mama told me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you.
Leave her alone.
We both know it's a hustle. The wall's closing in.
No, what?
Spiders coming out of my nose.
How's the test is over? Dorsolateral prefrontal
Put your
cortex.
hand. Put your hand. Forget it. You got the perfect mark. Because he was the perfect mark. Plenty of people got there before you. It's used up, tainted, pumped dry.
Hallucinate.
You're breaking fingers. I knew low.
Diagnostically, she needed to be hurt. I wanted to hurt her. Win-win. What I didn't consider was a threshold to trigger the hallucinations. Otherwise, I'd have done the finger bending first instead of stabbing her twice. That was cruel.
If her autoimmune disease is this advanced, usual treatment's not going to help.
I don't even know which autoimmune disease she has. Could be Lambert-Eaton, could be Graves. Let's kill them all at once.
The only way to do that is to replace her entire immune system.
Good point. Let's do that.
The marrow transplant requires an exact match. Leona has no siblings.
Good point. She's all alone, poor thing. No one in the whole wide world. in a bone marrow registry? Because that's where they keep the bone marrow. I'm her father. How does somebody who believes absolutely anything become a nonfiction writer? Test my bone marrow. Here's how this is going to end. One day you'll be sitting at your computer writing one of your little music books. Your daughter will come home and a big angry policeman will throw you in jail because Daddy touched my poozle. Test me. Happy to. Just my marrow. I'm not authorizing a paternity test. Don't be that afraid of the truth. I know the truth. Easy lay Faye's truth was that she needed a bus ticket home to see her sick grandma. You gave her $100. She bought weed. I know because I told her you'd go for the sick grandma story. If our friendship means anything to you, do you know me at all? If you do the test, one of two things happens. Either you're right or I'm right. If you're right, I'll be miserable. And if I'm right, I'll hate myself because I didn't trust him. Either way, I lose.
They don't itch, not raise. His head is MMR. No one's sick at school. His father took him camping. They caught 10 spiders. You didn't tell me about the spiders.
You get a new couch.
Do you think there might be some sort of
What
toxin?
color is it?
Red.
Is that where you watch your cartoons after you take your bath? Fall asleep sometimes? Bless you.
Me too. Now.
Yes, mistress. I'll write you a prescription for one of these. Just wet and apply.
You didn't tell anyone else what I'm doing.
Not a soul.
Wilson? Cameron, maybe you mentioned it to her.
I'm a really good secret keeper. Never told anybody that Wilson wets his bed. No, tricked me.
Part of the protocol for in vitro fertilization is twice daily injections of nootropics. I can't do it myself.
Turn around.
No clever comments about bending over.
Unless you want me to.
I'm used to house the professional.
I was just thinking about what your mother looked like. Because your father obviously chose her for breeding purposes.
Shut up.
Natural selection sucks. Pick our mates based on breast size, cars they drive. They did autopsies of married couples found a correlation in pancreas size. Hardwired to pick for stupid reasons. You have the chance to pick for smart reasons.
I think the Germans had a similar theory about 60 years ago.
I'm advocating wiping out entire races. I'm just saying. You don't want to make the first plastic cup that buys you a drink.
Pretty sure you got that.
Microbes can be sneaky.
Ow. Thanks.
This day is gonna be fun. I got it. So why were you friends with this guy? We were 20 years old. He had a car. If he'd been a woman, I would have married him. Is he a match? No. Lying girl lucked out, found one in the registry. Is he the dad? I don't think so. You didn't run the test? Said I wouldn't. Okay. So either you lied or he has pictures of you being nice. Stop the radiation. That results in the black ooze. You're not gonna believe it. She pooped out of her mouth.
The sample contained stool and digested blood. How did you guess?
I said, oozed. It was in her stomach. It would have sprayed. It was in her lungs. She would have coughed. This oozed as it squeezed, as in reverse peristalsis. Who's hungry? Mexican takeout? Not if the digested blood's be in her intestine. She had to have internal bleeding.
In order for whatever was in her intestines to come back up, there had to be a blockage.
Liver failure. Renal proteins that clot the blood, so it would leak into her stomach, mess up her intestines.
Oops, we were wrong. There's no autoimmune disease shuts down an organ in 2 hours. We need to do a liver biopsy and find out what the real problem is. I need to talk to you. Good news is she doesn't have an autoimmune condition, so she doesn't need a bone marrow transplant or to stop the irradiation in time. Bad news, she has potty mouth. Her liver is failing, which has made her digestive system go in reverse. It's actually much worse than it sounds. We need to do a liver biopsy. I don't know what's going to happen. We stick a needle into her liver. She could die right then and there. You need to tell her what to do. No inside information of its one. Crabble. 3 days ago, you didn't even know this girl. She'd been hit by a bus. You didn't lose a moment's sleep. Her people all over this hospital in just as much trouble, just as not related to you. Tell me I shouldn't care. Prep me to handle it, but you got it. It's brown. It's lumpy. I'm gonna heave all over my desk.
Should give him more day. 21 herbs and spices. I find it very comforting, you defending a man you haven't seen in years. To know my friend, no matter what, will always be my champion, my protector.
Not protecting him, smacking her.
Honesty of the true hero.
Push me and I'll let her die, just so you can stop annoying me.
Here's my theory. You're jealous. He's maturing, he's accepting responsibility. You're emotionally stuck at 17.
He's manufacturing responsibility. He's not maturing. He hasn't changed at all.
So then why do you care?
That black ooze we saw, that was a bowel movement. Out of her mouth.
You're trying to end this conversation by grossing me out? I'm an oncologist. Half my patients have their skin sloughing off. Why are you so worried about this guy?
He's having a rough time with his girlfriend. He's in love. He's always in love. He wanted to marry her. I thought she was flaky. Sending mixed signals.
So you gave him advice and she dumped him?
No, I told him that I would talk to her.
And you blew it?
Technically, I was doing him a favor. She was nuts.
Stop the biopsy. I'm running to look at his house. Check it out. Please tell me you didn't stop the biopsy to play us some tulips, hand. It's very subtle, very delicate.
This girl is dying.
Dying a lot faster if I let you do that obviously unnecessary biopsy. Listen. My God, Grandpa was an angry drunk. If only we'd known. Here's how to become a great artist. First, get miserable. Misery drives you to become a great artist. The art does nothing for your misery, which drives you to drugs, which makes you a lousy artist. And this is not lousy.
So you didn't do drugs?
When he played this, something was screwing with his personality. Yeah, drugs and alcohol don't do that. And that note that he says is out of tune, it's not. Which means that something is screwing with his oral perception too. Now what happens when you add all of that to the liver disease which he supposedly died of?
Too much iron. He could have had hemochromatosis. That's genetic.
Unless you can tell me Miles Davis couldn't play Stone, play better when he wasn't. I think. I mean, no one knows for sure.
I'll get me on a TIBC and serum ferritin.
We can test this in 3 minutes. So, what is she forming? Light-skinned black chick or a dark-skinned white chick? Not sure. Can we hear the music again?
It's too early to see Jonas from a limb.
True. This is a photograph of Leona when she was 13 years old. She's darker now.
She's been living on the streets for 8 months.
No tan line. Well, unless those streets she's been living on are in your streets, I'm thinking she's got iron deposits and melanin. Both byproducts of hemochromatosis, just like Granddad used to make. Squid exam to calculate the amount of iron in her blood. Treat her with deferoxamine. She'll be fine by lunch. See, I was wrong before. Not right.
There's the iron. Something.
I'm not gonna get this job, am I? It's a done deal. I knew it the moment I saw you. Introduced just a formality.
What are you...
Lisa Cuddy, this is Patrick Whittingham. Patrick's gonna be the new intern rotating in my department.
I didn't even know you were looking for one. Nice to meet you.
Sorry. I laugh when I'm nervous. But you've been doing that your whole life, huh?
What kind of medicine are you interested in, Patrick?
Cancer, infectious disease, the big devils. I think that medicine has become too institutionalized. We need to send a message to our patients that we're just like them. I mean, we're all people. We're all people. Oh, like that. She's all hard science facts. I like to know a person's hopes. What kind of music do you like?
Actually,
I'm a Mozart man. He says what I feel but can't express.
I'm late for a meeting.
This is why the basic makes interview so important. Getting it back.
Get him out of here.
Roxamine is a chelating agent. Binds to the ions that a liver can get rid of it. Once the ions out of the liver, it's finally evacuated by the body in the form of urine. Should be pretty painless. CT showed her lungs are Swiss cheeks. Ventilator's helping, but at this rate, time is basically up.
We developed a theory. Hemochromatosis. Like good scientists, we tested that theory. We proved that theory. We acted based on that proof when we treated her. As a result of which, she is on the verge of death. Just me, or have we discovered a flaw in the scientific method? Walk me through it step by step. What is supposed to happen if someone deferoxamine?
It's a chelating agent.
What does chelating do?
It's excess iron from the liver. How? Iron is heavy. It gets stuck. Deferoxamine is like a lubricant. Makes the iron slick so it can move around again.
Moves around where?
It's supposed to be discharged through waste.
The waste system is a little screwed right now. Means the iron can't go where it wants to go. What if it moved to her lungs?
Nerves in the lungs likes iron. Bound with it, started poking holes.
What likes iron?
Oxygen attaches itself to iron, which increases the chance of infection.
We started massive antibiotics prior to the radiation.
Some neurodegenerative diseases like iron.
MRI was clean, no iron deposits in the brain.
Fungus likes iron.
No objections to that one?
If a fungus is doing all this, she's dead. There are 25 antifungals. If we don't know which fungus is
Doubt go broad.
Most common is aspergillus.
Continue to ventilate her lungs. Get her on a voriconazole drip. And hope she has aspergillus.
The process is confidential. You violated his privacy. How did you even...
Don't lose her in the cryobank. You can go within 100 miles of that idiot. Make her willing to have his baby.
I'm not looking for a date. I'm tired of looking out.
Cotton ball. I don't care if you marry this guy, date this guy, and go through his garbage, but you should know. Genes matter. Who you are matters. Not someone you trust.
Someone like you?
Someone you like.
Listen. Oh, sorry. Okay.
It's not what you think.
I broke his leg.
Oh, Ingrid. Hi. Okay. You feel guilty about stealing the guy's girl. I get that. And I'm glad. It's a good thing. But you did the paternity test. And either the paternity test comes back negative and you shove it in the guy's face, or it comes back positive and you shut up and your leg starts hurting.
Or I never ran the test. Not what you think.
We all his lungs collapsed. The treatment's not working. We've got the wrong fungus.
Stop. She ruined it. 3 rules for hunting bunks. Location, location, location.
Randall says she was living at the children's shelter in Richland.
Okay. One thing we know for sure is she was not living at the children's shelter in Richland.
Why would he lie about it?
He wouldn't believe her story about the sweet little girl trying to do the right thing.
We can't ask Liara where she was. She's intubated.
Don't try to talk. You got a big medical thing in your mouth. Just blink if you understand me. Fantastic. Blink if you lied to Crandall about everything. You picked up a fungus somewhere. You were living at the shelter like you told your new daddy. I got nothing to go on. And you will die. So, did you lie to Crandall? You're a lousy con artist. First rule of the game is know your mark. Once you got Crandall to bite on the puppet that you had him, you could have told him that you were servicing Al Qaeda suicide bombers for crack. This guy would still let you pick out the colors in your new room. Did you lie to Crandall? Where were you? And the winner is. You read it. I just get so nervous at these things.
Recording studio.
She read the book. She knew how much Brown hated that place. What went on there? She overplayed her hand.
She was desperate. She didn't sell this. She was stuck in hell.
Recording studio doesn't help us medically. Recording studios. Why are these buildings different from all other buildings?
Soundproofing. Absorbs sound, also absorbs moisture.
But there's moisture. A lot of it. Say, Katrina moist. Zygomycosis. Only occurs at the highest levels of mold. Starter on an IV drip, terracid beat with colony stimulating factors. Should be fine by dinner.
She's gonna be fine. She said she'd never go back there.
She might be. She's a kid. Get used to it.
Thank you for the injections.
You're welcome. Came all the way up here just to tell me that.
Oh.
Pretty much liver function tests are good.
Thanks, T-Man.
What makes you think you'd be a good father?
I don't know. Feels right. Feels good.
Well, at least you got a good reason.
Feels good is a good enough reason. What's happening?
Choking, she can't breathe. Get him out of here. Out! Wait, it's a curtain! Breathing on your own. Choking snorts. I lied to him. I ran a paternity test. Your lie was a bad one. He is your dad. Or even.
Your machine's broken. There's not even a message. House, you there? Okay. See you Monday, I guess. Message. House. You there? Okay.
It's got a temperature of 103. And why do we care? Because we're human beings. That's what we do. He said he was at a luncheon meeting.
You took his history?
Guy looks like Harpo. You should see him. You asked him what book he's currently reading. It's hilarious to watch him try and talk. I asked him anything I could think of. Favorite color? Favorite dessert topping? Trust me, you never know what fact may prove the key to saving your life. Room? I asked him if he was sure. Where you going? You're an ass. I know. Where you going? This is either a toxin, an infection, or an allergic reaction. So we gave him Epi, so that rules out allergies. Put him on antibiotics in case it's an infection. And if it's a toxin, we'll keep him here overnight. If the swelling go down, send him home. We're going to the movies.
Which one of you is house?
Skinny brunette.
No, it's Dr. Kelly.
I'm skinny. How do you know her name?
I was a patient of yours.
Oh, well, if you want to leave the chocolates downstairs.
Shocking, isn't it? Who'd want to hurt you?
You're pathetic. Judging by growth, I'd say I'd be unconscious for 2 days. You're sitting there the whole time. Judging by the oily buildup in your hair, I'd say you're lying.
I was scared. Pardon me for caring.
Not losing any organs.
The bullet to your abdomen pierced your stomach, nicked the bowel, lodged in the posterior rib.
I always say if you're gonna get shot, do it in a hospital.
The one in your neck
I don't remember that.
went right through, severed your jugular. The shooter turns out to be a guy.
Don't care.
You don't care why a guy walked into a hospital and shot a doctor? Shot you?
I assume his reasoning was faulty. So what was it? Infection?
The surgery went fine. You've had no post-op.
Me? Patient? Harpo?
You just got shot, House. You should rest.
I got shot. Diagnostically boring. Big fat tongue, on the other hand. Endlessly entertaining.
A biopsy is tough.
It's negative. And the blood tests were negative.
I didn't say we did blood tests.
You don't biopsy a tongue unless you have to biopsy a tongue. And you don't have to biopsy a tongue unless you've already come up with nothing in a routine battery of tests, which don't involve torturing the patient. Any new symptoms could be increased intracranial pressure. Any guesses on how I figured that one out?
You knew the next step would be a lumbar puncture. A lumbar puncture would almost certainly give us a definitive answer. Since we don't have a definitive answer, we must not have done an LP, and the most common reason to not do an LP is increased intracranial pressure. He was shot by security trapped in the house. House? Lie down, you've got to be in pain.
Today I'm on morphine.
You're gonna rip your stitches out.
Check Harpo's trash.
Forget about the patients.
Curious. Trash. You know what I'm talking about. You know it's good.
You can't just be walking around.
Won't stop me.
You lost
Physically
blood.
stop me.
You could damage.
Yeah. It's not with all physical touching and things would get so sexually charged. Twice your size, get your hands on me.
Everything that lives eats. Everything that eats poops. That's why every organ has a sanitation department, lymph system. Whoever's doing the damage is dumping its waste in there. That's what you meant by trash.
Biopsy.
Simple, not up in the jaw.
Sorry, I know it's crazy, but there's no other place. The ICU, it stands for intensive care. He needs intensive care, so do you.
He needs to be shot again.
He is handcuffed to his bed. He is sedated. He's not going to hurt you.
If your security was any good, he wouldn't have been shot in the first place.
He is where he's supposed to be. Where you're supposed to
Who
be.
did my surgery?
Gillick, why are you going to send him a fruit basket?
He screwed up.
It's annoying enough dealing with your Vicodin habit. Quit upping your morphine.
I'm not. I'm reducing it.
And you're not in pain?
Feeling better.
Gillick is very good. Your recovery time...
My stomach kills me. My neck is throbbing. My leg feels better.
That's amazing.
It's unbelievable. Since getting shot, there's not an FDA-approved treatment for anything. Even something must have gone wrong in the surgery.
Yes, terribly, tragically wrong. Enjoy the mistake.
Must have nicked something in my peripheral nervous system. If it's alleviating pain, who knows what else it's doing.
Get back to the ICU before you rip out your stitches, and I have to chain you to your bed.
Why did you try to kill me? I did the gun thing. That been a mistake. I didn't kill you. I need you to live. What's use? Get the needle out of there. I'll breathe.
The test was negative.
You sure you want to be doing this? Fine. I think. Cameron, you got my records.
They don't like to release patients' operative notes.
Yet you're holding them. And whispering.
He's sleeping.
Yeah. Killer needs his rest. Otherwise he's grumpy all day. Hey! Wake up! Watch me save a life. Almost for sure it's some sort of infection. We've got him on broad-spectrum antibiotics, but it's not even starting to think that. Unless we figure out what type of infection, we can't treat. We can't figure out what type because we can't do an LP. Do an LP. See what I did there? Couldn't have done that if you killed me. We would have done an LP 2 days ago if we could have. That much pressure. Something's bound to
We've done an LP 2 days ago if the risks hadn't so obviously outweigh the benefits. We just cut a hole in his throat. The equation has changed.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Pressure 120 millimeters H2O. Small visible excursions related to respiration and pulse. So they know. That's good. It's weird.
Later story.
I am horrible. People who shoot me forfeit the right.
My wife was sick. None of the doctors could figure out why.
Oh, I know the story. She died. So you selected one of her doctors to kill because that would make everything right again.
She lived. You cured her.
I'm truly sorry I did that.
In the course of investigating her illness, you convinced me that everything was relevant. You needed the truth. Turns out it had nothing to do with what she was saying. Genetic predisposition to brain aneurysms. You told her that. You also told her about my affair. Crap. She left you. Now I've got to pay because you can keep your little killer in your pants. She killed herself. Sort of hospital has glass walls.
It's my husband.
Really?
I just liked watching people get needles poked in the back.
Figured a co-worker or sister, not wife.
Why?
Don't worry, it's not insulting. It's not to you. You're satisfied by that answer?
You're Dr. House, aren't you?
You're not going to shoot me, are you?
You treated a friend of mine. She told me you only talk to people if you have to. And then you insult them while showing off how unsafe for you.
Sevens marry sevens. Nines marry nines. Fours marry fours. Maybe there's some wiggle room if there's enough money or somebody got pregnant. But you've got at least 3 points on your husband. And your frock says he didn't do it for the money. And your breasts say that you didn't have any kids.
So you figure my marriage is a mathematical error.
Numbers don't lie. We're having trouble finding out what infection your husband has. The most likely culprit is an STD.
You want to know if I've had an affair with someone closer to my integer. And I have to tell you the truth or my husband will die.
Is your friend single?
No. And I've always been faithful.
Would have been plenty something to go wrong. Let's rotate him back. It's bleeding into his ocular. LP wouldn't do this. Lots of pressure behind. Got to relieve it. Collapsed in the hall. Tore your stitches. I remember. I was there. How's your gut? It's hurting. Shoot the guy who sold her the gun. She locked herself in the garage and she started the car. You shoot the guy who sold her the garage door opener. You're an ass. It's a bold position to take given that I shot you. Shooting just makes you an idiot. You're an ass because you're trying to wrap it in the flag like you did a good thing. You're an ass and a hypocrite. You don't believe in rules. You do whatever you think is right. That's all I did. You were my role model. Watch out, you're getting crumbs on the flag. I didn't commit to honor her. I didn't commit to never lie to her. Well, if you kept your mouth shut, she'd be alive and you wouldn't be shot. If you kept your pistols in your pants. My fault. She's dead. I know it. But why can't you admit that it's maybe just a little bit yours too? That maybe it's not just medical mistakes that screw things up. Here's how life works. You either get to ask for an apology, or you get to shoot people. Not both. Infections don't make your eyes pop out. You should get back. You're supposed to be trying to your bed. Not done eating. Gotta be some sort of bleeding disorder.
This is really stupid.
Look, my stitches pop out again. I got 3 doctors to save me. Could be some sort of weakness in the lining of the ocular veins. Okay, I'll be you guys. No, why, mate? Too much blood to just be a blind. No way, is he?
And with an artery, he'd still be bleeding. Actually, he'd be dead.
He could have had a granuloma in his sinuses that bled, which could have been caused by Wegener's.
I think the surgeon would have noticed a giant growth while they were sticking the eyeball back in.
Tongue and eyes are sick. What about the nose? It's right in between. Why isn't it sick?
So it's not spreading. It's got a common source.
Which can only be what?
The brain, except the CT was clean.
Check the brain's trash, see what it's hiding.
Brain doesn't have a lymph system.
I know. All its garbage just blows off. It's caught in a snow fence by the side of the road.
You're referring to the blood brain. Pain barrier. What else? Biopsy the barrier.
Wouldn't it be safer to make a few educated guesses first? Try some relatively safe treatments?
Biopsy the barrier. First starting on the bendazole in case it's sore. And levofloxacin in case it's an infection that slipped by the first antibiotic.
And azithromycin for STDs.
I really don't think the wife is the kind to be messing around. If I was married to her, I certainly...
Yes. Patient isn't married. He's a widower.
Really, it's more helpful if you do the prescribed rehab yourself. My body is fine. My mind, on the other hand. Maybe she was a girlfriend. Maybe she was just trying to jerk you around. I spoke to every one of the nurses on that floor. Each now we had 6 visitors, 2 females, no babes, his mother and his aunt. So they missed someone. They're not security. My posse never saw her or me talking on the other side of the glass. They were a little busy trying to save the guy's life. Just one possible conclusion. It's a hallucination. What does that look like to you? I'm 6. Anesthesia? No. That'd be 6 smudge. Let's say you're right. It wouldn't be that uncommon after trauma, after that much blood loss. Perceptions are compromised. That might judgment is compromised. What if his wife told him the patient just got bit by a rabid vehicle and left? So pull yourself off the case. In the next case, you take 2 weeks. You recover. What if I don't? What if it wasn't the shooting? The guy who sees connections between everything sees no connection between being shot and minor brain disruptions. What if it was the surgery? What if it was the fact that you tore out your stitches and lost 2 pints of blood? Why did Gilly give me ketamine during my surgery?
Working.
We need to talk.
Get back to the ICU. No one cuffed you.
Why would a surgeon administer ketamine?
We showed you your surgical file.
How do you know it's mine?
Because your patient hasn't had surgery and you don't care about anybody else.
My anesthesia was almost non-existent, and yet I wasn't awake. For some reason, somebody decided to put me in a dissociative coma instead of just putting me out.
There are plenty of reasons to use.
Fine, I'll go beat the truth out of my surgeon. Kill it, right?
It worked. There's a clinic in Germany. They've been treating chronic pain by inducing comas and letting the mind basically remove itself. There's about a 50% chance your pain will come back, which of course means there's a 50% chance that it won't.
You had no right
To heal you?
to mess with my brain.
Why are you so upset? Are you experiencing any neurological symptoms? Dizziness, tremors, hallucinations?
No. It's a point of principle. Test was negative.
No trash against the fence. Is your leg really better?
Don't worry, I'm sure something else is wrong. We did find blood. On which side? Wrong side. First thing that makes sense. Wrong side's the wrong side. Can't make sense.
It messed with his brain. Wouldn't cause fever. He's been sleeping a lot lately.
You worried? I marked a change of med size chart. Foreign object. Body wants to get rid of it. It causes the fever.
Blood's a foreign object?
In the brain lining, it is. Blood dyscrasia means cancer. Find it.
All the tests
Have been negative. What do you do if your trash cans are full? You use your neighbor's trash cans. Except it's still light outside. Your neighbor will see you. So you go out the back way into an alley and drop off your trash by their garage.
Check the lymphatic system in the chest.
You got that for trash cans in the alley?
The saliva glands from the tongue are connected to the lymphatic system in the lungs. It's next to the lymphatic system up.
Yeah. Go get lung lymph. I didn't know that. I wouldn't have hired him if he wasn't smart. Right. Because you have nothing but respect for him. Maybe he knew the answer because the question wasn't nearly as tricky as you thought. Maybe he's not getting smarter. You're getting dumber. Pretend to buck the system. Pretend to be a rebel. Claim to hate rules. But all you do is substitute your own rules for society. And it's a nice simple rule. Tell the blunt, honest truth in the starkest, darkest way. And what will be, will be. What will be, should be. And everyone else is a coward. But you're wrong. It's not cowardly to call someone an idiot. People aren't type just because it's nice. They do it because they got an ounce of humility. Because they know that they will make mistakes. They know that their actions have consequences. And they know those consequences are their fault. Why do you want so bad not to be you? No, he's awake.
Yes, we need to talk to you.
How the hell did you know I was awake? Your nostrils flare when you sleep. They do not. I'm lying. Test was negative.
You knew?
Force of habit. Showed no cancer. No reason why he's got a fever of 103, and no reason why his tongue won't fit in his mouth.
He's post-op. Chase is getting him up and around.
Well, now you're out. I say be off to surgery. You can urinate? Getting aroused. Surgeons found no evidence of a burst artery.
Blood had to come from somewhere. You took a shower in it.
Trauma?
You think someone snuck in here just to kick him in the jewels and poke out his eye and swell up its tongue? Keep writing. I got a bet with my physio that I can do 100 clicks by Friday. What about blood from the kidneys?
Kidneys drain into the bladder, which drains into the ureter. There's no way it would mess with the scrotum.
Basic human anatomy. Therefore, I think it's safe to assume that the problem lies elsewhere. Given that this case doesn't make any kind of sense whatsoever, maybe we should even question the basics.
Maybe he's not human.
The anatomical defect would seem more likely, but let's not rule that one out.
Even more likely, he is human. His anatomy is where it's supposed to be, but he has testicular cancer.
We tested for cancer.
He tested the liver system in his chest.
Surgeons found no problem. Surgeon was trying to put everything back where it was. They weren't going to cancer. You've been lucky. You don't catch testicular cancer early, it kills. Probably eroded some vessel.
Yeah, I know. Question is why I didn't think of it.
Eyes popping out is a rather odd presentation.
Sack blowing up, on the other hand.
If you could think of everything yourself, you wouldn't need a team to annoy.
I screwed up some basic anatomy. And I'm misconnecting a testicular explosion with a testicular problem. If there's any way I would have done it before with my brain.
He was trying to help you, and it worked.
Yeah, I can run like the wind, but I can't think. Seeing as how I'm too old to become a professional athlete, it looks to me as if she screwed me over big time.
You don't want a healthy leg.
Oh, here we go.
If you've got a good life, if you're healthy, you've got no reason to bitch, no reason to hate life.
Well, here's the flaw in your argument. If I enjoy hating life, I don't hate life. I enjoy it.
I didn't say it was rational. HIV testing is 99% accurate, which means there are some people who test positive, who live with their own impending doom for months or years before finding out everything's okay. Weirdly, most of them don't react with happiness or even anger. They get depressed. Not because they wanted to die, but because they defined themselves by their disease. Suddenly, what made them isn't real.
I don't define myself by my leg.
No, you have taken it one step further. The only way you could come to terms with your disability was to somehow make it mean nothing. So you had to redefine everything.
You have dismissed anything physical. Anything not coldly, calculatingly intellectual. Why are you protecting her? Because she's done nothing wrong. You're completely comfortable with what she did to me. Yeah, I am, yeah. You agonize over moral choices. You're not completely comfortable with anything until you've taken days to get your head around every possible side. I know what you did for 6 hours. How come you're acting like you know for days? What do I have? What do I have?
You need to calm down.
I have my brain. That's it. We were trying to help you. Yeah, nobody tries to screw up. They just do.
You were out of control. You were shooting more.
I can make people better. You two decided to train that for jogging shoes. If you're suffering from side effects, then we can look at that value of the physical so much. Let me put this in terms you can understand.
You're unbelievable. Even when you're out of your mind with anger and fear, you still couch it in logical terms. Are you hallucinating?
Yeah, I'm hallucinating.
No, I mean right now. You're hallucinating.
How did you know I was?
You were yelling at me. You were calling me Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, was in your house.
I never called with somebody's name.
Oh, yeah, right. No. The hallucinators want to tell the hallucinatee what happened.
You're not the hallucinatee. Wilson was the
I
hallucinatee.
think maybe you're focusing on the wrong thing here.
Cuddy's office was the hallucinatee. The bathroom was the hallucinatee.
Oh. Bathroom figures.
What figures?
You wet your bed.
The test was negative.
No. AFP and beta HCG signal testicular cancer. So, let's recap. We just ruled out everything, which doesn't make sense. So the answer has to be something that doesn't make sense. Do a cystoscopy. Make sure he's human.
Test was negative.
For him being human,
Everything was right where it's supposed to be. All the tubes go where they're supposed to go.
most likely scenario, some kind of bacterial calcititis. Find out if his father hunched. His father had trouble peeing. His father had sex with his own mother. The answers to any of these questions, yes, assume you're right. The answers are no, assume you're right, but biopsy some prostate lens just to be sure.
But then we have to cut through his stomach, and since he's clearly got a bleeding problem, this kind of surgery
He
might...
doesn't clearly have anything. How did I get here?
What are you talking about?
I was in the ICU. I was coming down these stairs with you guys. What happened in between? I don't remember how I got here. Taking myself out of my case.
The patient's in critical care. He's had a fever unabated for...
I'm losing my mind. I'm having blackouts.
You said you weren't having any...
I lied.
If you are doing this to scare me, you made your point. Next time you get shot, I promise to only treat the bullet wounds.
Not the case. Why did you jump up when I came in?
I thought you were gonna attack me again.
Again?
Yeah, you were in my face. You were...
No, I wasn't.
You came in here with Wilson
That
and...
was a hallucination.
No,
Which
you...
means this is a hallucination. How can I tell what's real and what's not? Everything
Looks the same, sound the same, taste the same.
Seems like I'd be the last person you'd want to ask.
Why not? We're obviously not here. I'm obviously not here. Which means this is a creation of my mind, which means I'm really just asking myself.
You're talking to yourself, it's a lot of unnecessary explanation.
Hey, I'm trying to work this out. There's give and taking in my own mind.
What was the question?
How can I tell what's real?
Does it matter?
That doesn't sound like something I'd ask.
All right. Your concern is that if you act in the real world based on information that's not real, the results are impossible to foresee.
So far.
But information is incapable of harm in and of itself. Ideas are neither good nor bad, but merely as useful as what we do with them. Only options.
That's harm. That sounds like me.
Do nothing, refrain from taking any actions. Continue to throw out your ideas as you always would, but if they're based on faulty assumptions, continue to point that out. You won't do anything that could hurt them.
So I trust my team.
The test was negative.
No blood in the prostate.
Structural abnormalities.
Something doesn't make sense. What does that mean? It's not rhetorical. I need your input on everything I ask, no matter how obvious it might seem.
It means you're wrong.
It means one of your assumptions is wrong. So if something doesn't make sense, it can't be real. So, what are our assumptions?
We don't have any. We're just guessing and testing.
We assume the tests are right.
We've already redone them twice.
Let's go more basic.
What's more basic than the test results?
Test themselves. What does a biopsy consist of?
You take a sample.
Define sample.
It's a small representative piece of whatever you think is a problem.
If you go down to the shore, you can fill a cup of water. It's got no fish in it. Does that mean no fish in the ocean?
We can do another biopsy.
We could fill another cup of water. We gotta dive in. We gotta see what's actually in there.
We can't operate. He's got a bleeding problem.
We assume he's got a bleeding problem.
Yeah, because he bled from where he wasn't supposed to bleed, causing parts of his body to blow up. Assuming that crazy assumption is correct, if we operate on him, we'll kill him.
What if we could find a way to do this surgery without giving him more than a paper cut?
You want to let a robot operate on me?
The technology is amazing. It magnifies everything 10 times. It's 10 times the accuracy.
Wait, I'm not a person.
A person will be controlling it.
People suck. People have turned you from a guy with a swollen tongue into a guy with one eye, one ball, and a stapled-on face. If you want someone to hold you while you cry yourself to sleep at night, choose warm and soft. You want someone to write you a poem, pick the sensitive loner. If all you care about is that something's done right, pick the guy with the metal head.
No way.
No way, no way. You gotta see this thing in action before you say no way. Come on.
Alice, what are you doing?
Nothing. I'm not doing anything. Just throwing out ideas. I think you should put him in a wheelchair and take him down to the OR. I may be out of my mind. Relax, Cameron. I'm not gonna cut you. I just want to show what this puppy can do. I can make 1 millimeter incisions. You know how small that is? Small even in metric. If I do something that doesn't make sense, into you. Stop me. Delicate, no. Does that hurt? Seen enough?
No. That wasn't a question. You either do this or you die.
You wasted your life.
Yeah. If only I'd spend more time dedicating myself to finding someone worthy to shoot.
If I had killed you, would it have mattered? Not to me. If you got a pen, you don't care if you live or die.
I care because I live. I can't care if I'm dead.
I don't want to hear semantics.
You anti-Semitic bastard.
Would anybody care that the world lost that wit?
Working here.
It's all right, you're not the same. Let me soak into your subconscious. You think that the only truth that matters is the truth that can be measured. Good intentions don't count. What's in your heart doesn't count. Caring doesn't count. A man's life can't be measured. How many tears are shed when he dies? It's because you can't measure them. Just because you don't want to measure them doesn't mean it's not real.
It's not to make sense.
Even if I'm wrong, you're still miserable. Did you really think that your life's purpose was to sacrifice yourself and get nothing in return? No. You believed there was no purpose to anything. Even the lives you saved, you dismissed. You turn the one decent thing in your life and you taint it, strip it of all meaning. You're miserable for nothing. I don't know why you want to live.
I'm sorry. I know what's wrong.
House, get out of here. You're not sterile.
You'll be fine. Right. What's he going? How come you guys have never tried to yank me off this case? I'm having hallucinations. Black.
You're always insane and
You're always right. I'm almost always eventually right. You have no way of knowing what eventually is. Every time I've had an epiphany on this one, you guys were right on board. No challenges, nothing to explain. No offense, but either you guys are getting smarter or I'm getting dumber.
we've worked with you long enough to know.
I know the test results even before you enter the room. We have identical knowledge. How is that possible?
You're wrong.
Something doesn't make sense. One of your assumptions has to be wrong. Because if something doesn't make sense, it can't be real. But what if the faulty assumption is that it's real? House, you're losing it. I've lost it. Why did you stop me?
Because I think you're gonna kill him.
You don't think that. You know it. Because you're in my head. As long as the delusion makes sense, my mind lets it go on. It cannot make sense. I should pass the point where it can trip my mind. Oh, this is a nightmare. You're gonna wake up. It's real. You're killing a man. It's also possible that I may already be dead. I don't believe in the afterlife.
House, go back to your room. Is this a hallucination? It's a good one. You're pain free. You can walk.
It's not real. Therefore, it's meaningless. I want meaning.
Goodbye. Do a shot. Twice. It's gonna be active and once in the neck. Tell me.
They guide you over the wheelchair to a pool. How's love that?
They'll be bored. It's a great visual, but it's diagnostically boring. What about post-hair transplant aphasia guy?
Infection throwing clots. How'll shoot it down and call you an idiot?
Oh, well, wouldn't want that.
What about a yoga girl?
It has a good hook.
Should we leave with it?
His first day back, I want to flex his sarcasm muscle. Maybe we open with one of the weaker pitches.
You ran here?
8 miles.
Why did
I need a dog. Like it's workplace acceptable euphemism for testicles.
Because he can.
What do you got for me, boss?
I thought you said you needed 8 weeks of rehab. You should have been back here.
Come back sooner, then I'd only be able to run 6 miles. I never would have made it in. What do you got for me?
Completely pain-free. The ketamine treatment can wear off.
It's been 2 months. It's not wearing off. What do you got for me?
It can take as long
Why
as...
are we having this discussion? Want to hear me thank you again? Thank you, Dr. Cuddy, not just for removing the bullet, but thank you for putting me in a ketamine-induced coma and changing my life. Happy? I am.
Middle-aged man had hair transplant about 2 months ago.
Infection throwing clots. You're an idiot. Except you're not an idiot. She is holding a file for a 26-year-old female. What do you really got for me?
Girl was doing an inverted yoga pose, neck snapped, paralyzed from the neck down. Except the x-rays show no evidence of spinal injury. And she's cute.
Oh, well played, sir. What about Stephen Hawking trying to do the 500 butterfly?
Forget it. Brain cancer, brain surgery, there's nothing left to diagnose. I would take the other one.
I'll take them both.
You don't think he had brain cancer?
Of course he had brain cancer. Even oncologists don't screw him for 8 years.
So if there's no diagnostic issue, why are you taking the case?
Treatment can be interesting.
Not to you.
I changed.
No, you haven't.
No, I haven't.
So why are you taking the case?
The guy tried to kill himself.
The guy had cancer. He's a lump. He hasn't been able to touch his wife, speak to his kid.
He's been in that chair for 8 years. His muscles have atrophied. Maybe I can help him with the pain. Isn't that enough of a reason to want to help?
Not for you.
I've changed.
No, you haven't.
Why am I taking this case? Let's start with acute paraplegic.
Welcome back. You look
Healthy. Quad with no broken neck. Struck me as odd.
you could take a whole 2 minutes to ease into being back.
I've taken a whole month to ease that. 8 weeks is the maximum rehab time for a gunshot wound to the stomach and neck, so go.
We heard they never found the guy. There's no new leads?
He might have shot this patient too. Would explain her symptoms through EMS. See, it's not so difficult. It's not MS. She had no symptoms before she climbed onto her head. Unless she's been upside down for the last 10 years. MS ain't it.
Could be transverse myelitis, swelling in the disc, choking off nerve function. MRI is negative for that.
Leg looks fine. Totally pain-free.
When did this turn into what did you do over your summer vacation?
It's a little weird to discuss the case while you're staring at your blood on the floor.
I asked Cuddy to replace the carpet.
Put the carpet. What's she doing this summer? Redo the tests and see if the source of the problem is in the limbs or the spine. EMG. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got a whole other quad to cover. This guy's still got fluid in his lungs.
You don't think that's from the pool he drank?
An O2 mask. His leg muscles have atrophied. Tendons have shortened. Disuse causing intense pain. Tendon surgery will make you more comfortable. Comfortable? Scoop.
Thanks for being here.
Not a problem.
My dad wouldn't kill himself.
You haven't spoken to him in over 6 years.
No, my dad. Mark, the doctor's just trying to. He wouldn't kill himself.
Fine, I'm wrong. You obviously have a better understanding of this man who drools in front of your TV set 24 hours a day.
Dr. House? He must have been confused. Alright, it must have been an accident.
Hope it was a suicide attempt. If he was trying to kill himself, then he knows how miserable his life is. Means there's still something there to kill. Means your dad's still there.
Sorry, need you. Thank you. We were doing the EMG, but we never got past the insertion of the conduction pin. Did she just say thank you?
I loaned her some money. What went wrong?
Nothing went wrong.
Nothing went wrong. Something went right.
You're not going to tell me why she thanked you?
You're not going to tell me what went right?
You did something for which she is grateful, and you're embarrassed?
For you. Saw you coming out when you were a 14-year-old boy. I set her straight.
I'm not telling you what went wrong or right until you tell me why she said thank you.
Oh, you got me. You know I need to know. I am so good at fault. Except you're forgetting there's one thing I can do now. It's either that or reflex response. What happened? Hey, this is Dr. House. This is Karen. Pleasure's all mine. What happened?
Instead of the conduction pin, she flinched.
She flinched. She here?
Does that mean I'm getting better?
How big is a flinch? Bigger than a twitch, smaller than a spasm. Smoke?
Socially, a lot.
You do yoga and you smoke.
I know it's hypocritical, but
Oh, the world sees your legs. It's checking out your lungs.
how would smoking cause?
Wouldn't. Just needed a lighter.
House, my God.
Case was looking so promising.
Yeah, I'm not weak.
You moved, therefore you can move. This lunatic out of here before she bores again.
I'm not faking.
I heard you were watching surgery with a patient's family. Talking to a patient's family. It's because of your hallucination, isn't it? After you were shot. You chose life. You decided you wanted meaning. So you took a case with no mystery. Something any doctor could do. A case with no upside, except the satisfaction of helping another human being. She thanked me. And you felt nothing.
Wasn't even sure what I was supposed to feel.
It's like your leg. It's atrophied. Keep working it. The feeling will come.
Sorry. Need you again.
Told you to get rid of her.
It's a good thing we didn't. Tightness in her chest. She can't breathe. It could be pleural effusion.
Either that or she's holding her breath like a 4-year-old. I'm not gonna hurt you again. Stop you! Look, either you're faking or you've got a pleural effusion. That's a buildup of fluid around the lungs, which is very serious. I don't have no choice but to stab you in the back with this needle and suck all the fluid out of you. So,
You give her a lump.
that would defeat the point of me being nasty. Ready? Down. She can't breathe if she's down.
It's not a pleural effusion.
Arms in her heart.
Can't fake that.
That's relieved the pressure 3 times in the last 2 hours. So either we figure out what's causing blood to build up around her heart, or I follow her around with a needle for the rest of her life.
I thought it was clean. No structural abnormalities.
Could be an infection process, TB,
Or vasculitis would also explain the effusion.
But not the paralysis. Let's assume she wasn't faking.
She moved. Therefore, she could move. She wasn't paralyzed.
That doesn't mean she was faking. Could have been a delusion. Either she was faking, coincidentally got a real cardiac problem at the exact same time, or it's a delusion. And the fake paralysis is a real neurological symptom.
Are you thinking vascular tumor on her spine?
Her platelets are normal.
And she's been scanned up and down, it's all clean.
So, open her up, find it.
So what do you want us to do? Start at her neck and just keep cutting down her spine until we stumble on something?
That should work. His heart rate's a little high.
Should I be worried?
It just means he's still in discomfort from the surgery. Now there's morphine alone.
Been so nice to us.
It's the job.
No, I mean, all the other doctors, all they did was obsess on the cancer, the treatment, the damage, just trying to fix him. You're the first doctor that's ever given a damn about the quality of his life.
His heart rate's come down. Morphine worked. I was right.
What a touching moment. when we become doctors. Those rare moments, our hearts are warm.
Would you like to get a drink?
Are you serious, or are you just trying to change the subject?
No, I'm serious. I drink. You drink. Do it at the same time. Same table. You eat. You do that too. If the answer is no, that's cool.
No, it's just you're just coming off the surgery and you're not yourself yet. And I work for you, and even though last year's, you're smiling. I'm saying no, and you're smiling.
Oh, don't take it personally. It's just because you're full of crap. You have no interest in going out with me. If you did, if I couldn't walk, I was a sick puppy that you could nurture back to health. Now that I'm healthy, there's nothing in it for you.
You are not healthy. Cuddy wants to see you. You've been back at work 24 hours and you're already playing hide and seek in a woman's spine.
Who won the pool?
There's no tumor. The platelets are normal. Scans
It's the worst that can happen. Might paralyze her. Won't even notice.
The lawyers might. You're not doing the surgery. And lower the morphine on your other patient.
Fine, I'll lower it. If you'll let me do the surgery.
What? You want to trade? We're not swapping a couple of boots for your help putting up a barn.
You want something, I want something. We compromise. The grown-up way to resolve our differences.
There already is a mechanism for that. It's called the employer-employee relationship. I get what I want, and you don't.
You tried to swap. Ran a few more tests. Came back negative. Surgery's on. You really don't give a crap, do you? Sending me evil. Yeah. The girl's life is at stake. All we're talking about with the guy. All we're talking about is the reason you took the case. To help someone. Too bad for them. Too bad for you. The reason we crave meaning is because it makes us happy. The first level of happiness, I'm not going away. The fifth level of happiness involves creation, changing lives. Sixth level is heroin. Seventh level is you going away. Or saving lives, which is tantamount to creating lives. But all you're taking away from this is the game. You don't have to listen to them thanking you. You don't have to change the cases you take or even how you handle them. You just have to know that you made a difference. House, you're not idiot. House, leave her alone. Close her up. I don't know why. The room's no longer sterile. True. It's not the most interesting reason. That is not a sexy big toe. You never put that in your mouth. How is that good? They told you it was interesting. It gets even better.
Scurvy.
Yeah. Drink.
Like what sailors get when they don't eat right?
Aye. Your arms and leg tissues are choked with blood. Makes it hard to move. Also damages your hair and toenails.
But I'm on this great diet. Lots of protein.
Vitamin C. Drink.
Thank you. And thank Dr. House.
Send him a note.
The nurse changed his morphine. I thought you were worried about...
It's just post-op discomfort. He's ready to go home.
So we won't have any pain?
Eventually.
Thank you.
Everything else will be the same.
Well, we took away his pain, and that changes a lot.
Why don't you put him in some sort of facility? Some place without a pool.
Yeah. Dump him there. Except he's my husband. He's my son's father.
Right. Kids need a dad. Someone they catch and talk about girls.
Yeah, Mark's learned that you don't have to abandon someone. Just
Get a dog.
I'm taking care of him for the same reason you helped us.
Some guy shot you and you hallucinated.
I have a responsibility.
So he's just an anchor weighing you and your family down. Sapping your energy, wasting your life. That's the meaning you take with this.
I want to take care of him.
You enjoy this.
I can't abandon him.
So you don't want to take care of him. Taking care of him doesn't fulfill you, make you happy. But not taking care of him would make you miserable.
I don't need your help. I've done this a million times.
I mean, do that again. Make that sound.
What was that?
Just talking. You guys are lousy doctors. You're in such a rush to make the patient feel better. Okay, what was wrong? Yoga girl woke down a few 2 hours ago. You fixed it. Not her. The other guy.
He had brain cancer. They removed it 8 years ago. His condition's been the same ever since.
Till last night. I spoke. What'd he say? He grunted.
He warned us to dissect 8 years of medical history with grunting in the differential.
Sounds good. Call me when you're done.
You're fabricating a mystery because you're bored.
I am not bored. Damn.
You didn't tell the wife it was only a grunt?
Of course not. Since you never consented to a bunch of dangerous tests. I don't remember you being this bitchy.
If I can indulge it in the sober light of day, I'm a buzzkill. You're giving false hope to a family that's been wrecked. Don't torture them. Let it go. Tell the wife it was only a grunt. Tell her to go home.
Can't let her down like that. Pumped her up with too much false hope. Oh, stuck that primo. How rat am I? 2002, patient had dry eyes. Dry eyes plus a grunt.
It all makes sense.
Be a neurological issue.
I get hay fever. I put drops in my eyes. I don't go to a neurologist.
Dry eyes could indicate an autonomic dysfunction. Goes on the board. What about coughing? Or boogers? Should we play boogers? I'm happy if we're doing this. I'd much rather do this than lengthen some guy's tendon. Patient's headaches increased. Not stand his head, down to 2.
You like wasting your time?
I'm learning.
To do what? Reconsider solved cases because you don't want to deal with the real world? It's pushing. There's nothing.
Cameron, you are an excellent doctor. That's a tip, and thank you. Some grateful patients.
Yeah, am I such a bitch for wanting that?
No, it's not a bad thing, but it's not why I'm here. I took this fellowship to learn from house.
He's teaching you to be a masochist.
Dry eyes goes on the board.
In 8 years, the patient experienced 214 symptoms. Many of them repeated. Any patterns? Fever plus frequent urination could mean prostatitis or a urinary tract infection. What counts as no infection? If you add pain into the mix, fever, frequent urination could indicate a kidney problem. I like it.
No, creatinine and BUN were both normal.
Not the kidney part, the pain part. Abdominal pain plus all that stuff could equal a pancreatic cyst.
Perfect. You managed to pick the one symptom you never had. Abdominal.
It's the first symptom on the board. Grunt.
Grunting isn't pathognomonic for abdominal pain.
No, traditional diagnostic marker is compression of the diaphragm, vibration of the larynx leading to the audible sound. I have a pain in my abdomen.
Wretched symptoms are culled from 8 years of medical history. They're not patterned. These are random individual events over time.
Illnesses and incubation periods. Do an upper endoscopic ultrasound. His throat will collapse. Muscle degeneration in his neck won't tolerate the scope. It's an automatic trig. You're talking about him like he's an invalid. You were insensitive. Does he drool? Does he hold his neck straight? Does he choke on his food? Neck's fine. His throat's not going to collapse. Cameron, get consent from the wife. Open. Need you to swallow. Sorry about that. Here we go. Passing through the lower esophageal sphincter into the antrum of the stomach. That's the town of the pancreas. It's clean. But immediately, the body and the head of the pancreas look clean. Stuck. Can't move it. His throat's collapsed. All over the face with oxygen.
Tracked in, endoscopically removed the probe, he's breathing again. So, all in all, great idea.
Take a look at the pancreas before the world ended. It was clean.
Which means, barring anything else, meaning you, he can go home tomorrow.
This man nearly died. You discharge him.
His throat collapsed because of what we predicted.
You stick something down someone's throat, they gag. Spasm, which he did. It took us a half an hour to get the thing out, except our patient's throat was sedated. Which means the brain should have sent a signal not to do anything. This could be cancer, or some bizarre neurodegeneration. That's...
You're enjoying this.
I find it interesting.
It's interesting only if you're right. If you're wrong or torturing this guy, that means you.
Half hour to remove the probe.
House.
It's not a spasm. His throat didn't collapse and lock down. The brain is supposed to tell every muscle in the body to relax and contract at the same time. This muscle was only contracting, which means the signal from the brain was not getting through. There are no lesions on his brain. Nothing to interrupt any order. All it takes is one wire down. You have no evidence of any wires down. Microtumors on the meninges. Suddenly you're choking to death.
You want to look at the lining of his brain? The amount of contrast material you need to pump up there just to see.
It'll bleed into his brain. We won't.
Because that would be interesting. You can get permission this time.
The brain is enclosed in a sac called the meninges.
Does this mean that cancer's back?
No.
House.
If we found cancer, it wouldn't be the original cancer. It would be new.
So what, more surgery, more radiation?
Might not be the worst thing. This isn't just ancient history. Maybe it's something we can correct. I can get some brain function back.
He could get better. No.
Understanding what you're saying would be nice. You can figure out ways to communicate.
Guys, look, Tim. Mrs. McNeil. The test to do this is very risky. He could die. He's already dead.
Chase, go slow. Already injected it into his spinal canal. Next up, brain.
Contrast material entering into the fourth ventricle. No parenchymal bleeds.
Blood pressure's high, but it's holding.
Meninges are intact. No bleeding. God.
Foreman, get in here.
Surgeon repaired the CSF leak.
You're lucky he didn't die.
I think he's the one who didn't die.
We told you he'd hemorrhage.
He told me he'd bleed into his brain and out of his ear.
You've got to drop this.
I'm missing something. We did a dangerous test and something bad. That's all this is. Hey, give me a tour of the brain for me. Walk me through the scans. 1998. What happened?
5 centimeter grade 4 astrocytoma between the right eye.
Next, speck on the superior temporal region. It's a regrowth, benign. Starting next to the Rattke cluster.
Scar tissue from a biopsy.
House, every speck is not a suspect. It's years of surgeons digging around in his head. Let him go.
Redo every blood test he's ever had. Rescan his head.
No. He's been sick and suffering for 8 years. I'm not going to help you make it worse. I'm not going to help you make it interesting.
That's okay. Foreman's better at that stuff than you are. We need 5mm cuts through the occipital and hypothalamic regions. No.
How many millimeters?
I can help him.
That's it? That's your argument?
Seems like a good one.
If I thought for a second you wanted to help him, you'd have carte blanche. You're doing this because it's fun.
Does nobody in this hospital have anything better to talk about than my motives? My motives have nothing to do with the case.
Your motives have everything to do with your judgment.
The first time in years I got no opiates in my body. Now you question my judgment.
24 times a year you come storming into my office spouting that you can help someone. Only you never say those words. You say something like, his pancreas is going to explode because his brain is on fire. You come here with medicine, not with platitudes.
I won't bore you with the details.
There are no details. You have a hunch. You don't use hunches. You always have reasons. This hospital doesn't exist for your whims. I'm sorry. As of 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, I'm sending your patient home.
The answer's no. Cuddy called 30 seconds after you left and said you'd try and end around.
My leg hurt.
How bad?
Not that I'm telling you. Did it go away? Maybe for a while. It's muscular. There's cramping.
smiling about?
You're 40-something years old. You've been running God knows how many miles a day, fallen 100 times off that skateboard, and you're shocked to have some soreness?
Just give me a prescription.
Provided it. House. People get aching joints, cramps. They put on an ice pack. They take some ibuprofen.
I know what the pangs of middle age should be like.
No, you don't. Because you've been stuffing Vicodin every 5 minutes since you turned middle-aged.
The surgery didn't work.
Don't play me.
You think this is a scam?
I think you want me to feel sorry for you and either do the end around on Cuddy or give you the drugs. Either way, you get the high you think you need. House, your surgery worked. You're fine. It's just gonna take time for it to feel good.
Circumventricular system. Senses cytokines released in the early stages of the immune response. CVOS releases prostaglandins that reset the hypothalamic set point output, unless it's countered by antipruritic therapy. So yeah, his brain's on fire. The suicide attempt was not a suicide attempt. He drove that wheelchair into the pool because he couldn't regulate his body temperature. He had hypothalamic dysregulation.
And you discovered this when you stepped into the university pool?
I can cure him.
Cure him. Even if the fountain proved anything, fixing hypothalamic dysregulation isn't going to regenerate brain.
No, scar tissue is hypothalamus. It's resting against the pituitary. The adrenals should shut down. Addison's disease.
You didn't see any scar tissue in his MRI. His CT scan.
His brain is functional.
Temperature's normal. There is nothing wrong with his hypothalamus or his pituitary.
I can make him walk. I can make him talk.
This is a wild guess. That came to you because you were sweating.
Inject him with cortisol. The guy would have sex with his wife and he'll hug his kid again. Hopefully that's the combination he was using. It'd be a shame if I cured a pedophile. You're smiling. It's a bad sign.
You're high.
I told you I haven't had anything in 3 months.
This is as high as you get. A theory that ties your case up in a neat little bow, but you don't have a lick of substantiating proof.
Your decision doesn't make any sense. There is no risk to a cortisol injection. If I'm wrong, big deal. He goes home with vegetable like he already is. But if I'm right,
This is not about downsides or risk management. It is a big deal for you to understand the word no. I'm sorry, House.
He's on his way out of here. I think you'd be on your scooter racing down the halls to stab a patient in the neck with cortisol.
she's right to say no. I had no objective reason to think that I was right. Just needed the puzzle.
Hold on a sec. Everything all right? Yeah, it's just something I forgot.
What's that?
Cortisol. It's tick bite infection. Hold on a sec. Bandage on it.
Is he okay?
Keep going now.
Okay.
He got up. I have to go to a house.
No. Cuddy? You can't tell him.
I have to tell him. He was right.
Why did you do it? Why did you think he might be right?
Because he's house.
Medically, what made you think he was right?
Nothing.
He got lucky. That's all that happened. Telling him no was a good thing. Because next time he won't get lucky, he'll kill someone. Just because he was right doesn't mean he wasn't wrong.
I see him every day. I can't just.
Everybody lies.
I'm thirsty. I just gave you water. I want juice. It's bedtime. Close your eyes. I go to sleep. Mom!
What do you want, Clarence?
Oh. Hi, Dad.
Go to bed.
Should I turn the TV on?
TV is only for the daytime. That was the deal.
I'll keep the volume down. I just like the light.
Go to bed.
Dad, what if they come to get me again?
Nobody is coming to get you. Okay, go to bed now. Come on, Clancy. Time to get up. Huh. I guess it's already up.
That's a first.
Breakfast. Lance, you hungry? Honey, he's not down here.
Sure. Clancy? 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 Where are you?
Clancy!
Clancy?
You're gonna be in big trouble when I find you.
Where's the sweat and the BO? You've taken such pride in bathing us all in musk.
Showered at home.
And yet you're earlier than usual.
Is this an intervention? It's a little late since I'm not using drugs anymore. I am, however, still hooked on vines.
If you did your morning run and showered at home, you'd be later than usual.
Not you in the shower.
How's your leg? You seem to be favoring your left side.
Just hanging down my right hand like yesterday. Makes all the difference in the world.
You've taken the stairs every day.
What restraining order?
If you slack on your rehab, the muscle will weaken and your leg will hurt again.
Looks like the ketamine treatment might not stick.
Or maybe we've made him depressed. We're lying to him, telling him we got that case.
We didn't hurt him. The pain isn't.
He gets depressed, he stops exercising. He stops exercising, the muscle atrophies. The muscle atrophies, the pain returns.
Maybe he stopped exercising because the giant hole in his leg actually hurts.
Ketamine could work perfectly. And he would still be back on his cane, popping Vicodin again.
You can't tell him. He got lucky. There was no medical.
He was right.
We tell him he was right, and we're feeding his addiction. Without Vicodin, he's only got one to focus on.
Well, he's not going to OD on puzzles.
No, it's not going to hurt him. But he could just as easily have killed that patient. We have a tiny window of time here where House may be healthy enough to change. And based on that limp, the window's closing fast.
It is a product of an in vitro fertilization pregnancy. All its vaccinations, fractured his right ulnar at age 3, chickenpox at age 5. He ever did his feelings hurt? I need to know that too.
You are 0 for 1 since you came back. We just want to make sure.
Rectal bleeding plus alien abduction fantasies, most likely sexual abuse. Penetration causes the bleed, trauma causes the fantasy.
ER ran a rape kit, found no evidence of tearing, semen, or pubic hairs. I think we should talk to the kid.
Why? In case he's telling the truth. You're a believer, aren't you?
Well, I'm just not arrogant enough to think that of the 50 billion galaxies, 100 billion stars per galaxy, and 10 million billion planets in the universe, that we're the only ones who lie.
No. But I'm guessing we're the only ones who like shoving things through our back doors.
There is new research indicating a link between neurological problems and bleeding disorders.
Perfect. Especially if there were neurological problems.
What part of hallucinating an alien abduction isn't neurological?
What's the hallucination?
What? You think the kid's
Having nightmares. Nightmares aren't a symptom of anything other than wanting to sleep with mommy. Which just leaves us with one symptom of bloody tuchus, which needs to be explained by GI problem or bleeding disorder. Check his toys with PT, PTT, and bleeding time. Prepping for endoscopies from above and below.
Gonna make a tiny nick in your forearm, okay? In the meantime, how long it takes for you to stop bleeding. Now, this is gonna sting a little, so you might want to look the other way.
Those windows locked.
Those windows don't even open, they just need to let sunshine in.
You don't want me to.
Clancy, don't bother the doctor with this stuff.
No, it's okay. How do they know you're here?
They put a chip in my neck so they can keep track of me. I can feel it back there.
Clancy, you know there is nothing back
There is.
Let me see. Lean forward.
They have this other thing, and they put it in between these two ribs, always on the side. It made me move around my insides. It hurts.
You know what, Clancy? I think I might have found the chip back there. And I think I might be able to get it.
Really?
Forwards.
बोल नहीं होता मैं तो मेरा हुआ गला गला बंद पता नहीं कलेजा रेशा है मैं तो बोलना ही नहीं गला बैठ गया होना ना तो इतना करो ना ये ची गोली नहीं कितना गोली है कि यार कल ते आज फिर रहेगा कि आज तो गोली नहीं ना पानी ये तेरा गला है ना एक गर्म पानी मतलब जो सवेरे सो के उठता ना मैं जो खांसदा रेशा होता मेरी आवाज भारी हो जाती है तो मैं पूरा भारी ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰਾ 2 ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਮੌਸਮ ਦੀ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਬਸ ਕਰੋ ਚੰਗਾ ਚੰਗਾ ਕੋਈ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਬਸ ਫੀਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦਾ
Oh, very still. Okay?
ਓਕੇ ਓਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਕੈਂਸਲ ਕਰਾ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੰਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਪੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ ਰੋਜ਼ ਹੀ ਕੱਲ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ 2 ਮੱਕਣ ਪੇਪਰ ਆ ਓਕੇ
Sorry. Is that only an induction story? The level of detail is. Well, I don't know where he gets from. The parents say he doesn't watch sci-fi, doesn't read comic books. You do any of that medical stuff we talked about? Where lower endoscopies were clean. So it's a simple bleeding disorder. Not blood tests are all normal. And he floated in 6 minutes. So it's a simple bleeding disorder, and you screwed up the test. You screwed up the test. So it's UFO. Unidentified flowing orifice. Either you screwed up the test, or I screwed up my analysis in this case. You screwed up. I don't have to cry myself to sleep. It's a simple bleeding disorder. Foreman redo the test. How about I screw up a simple bleeding time test? It's got a bleeding disorder. Sure. I stopped the bleeding myself after 25 minutes. So you're saying Chase did screw up? Oh, Foreman screwed up? You can have points to minutes. Maybe you got it mixed up. Oh, snap. Foreman's playing the dozens. You're at a huge cultural disadvantage here, Chase. Take a couple minutes to think of a witty retort.
So we have contradicting bleeding time tests. We run labs to check his spotting factors. We can confirm which one's right.
Yeah, testing. Nice idea. Way better than trying to guess which doctor's incompetent. What's better than the paperwork, too? Hey, Foreman. Your mom is so fat, when her BP goes up, people think she's backing up. Where's the fancy? Francis gone missing. No. You take Alpha Centauri, Foreman can look on Tatooine, and Cameron can set up an intergalactic checkpoint. Let's pray he hasn't got into hyperdrive. We'll never catch him. Clancy.
Over there are no angels, so I could get the chip out, like you said.
God.
I can feel it, I just can't.
Clancy, stop. There is no chip. I'm gonna clean you up. I'm gonna go back to your room. You can't do things like this. Parents. Results came back. The lab cannot identify the metal. Said it might not even be terrestrial. Really? No, you idiot, it's titanium.
Like from a surgical pin. Like the kind the kid had inserted into his broken arm 4 years ago. Not his medical history.
That pin was removed 6 months off.
So what? The piece broke off during removal.
Titanium is used to build nuclear subs. Pieces don't just break off.
Fell out to the guys in the Kursk.
And how exactly did it get from his arm to the back of his neck?
Body attacks any foreign object. Inflammatory reaction could erode it into a vein. Fragment gets a free ride.
To his lungs, maybe. Not his neck.
Yeah, an alien chip makes more sense. The real mystery is she didn't actually screw up.
You okay?
Fine. Tripped. Kid carved a hole back in his neck. Apparently didn't bleed to death. Now that's weird. He clad it on his own. Sure did. So first there was no bleeding disorder, then there was, now there's none again.
Which is impossible.
Oh,
Almost screwed up. 2 out of 3 tests agree with my findings.
lucky for us, the fourth test will do the charm.
So you're just going to keep cutting him until what?
This test is different. We'll draw some blood and see if any clotting factors are low or missing. Why haven't the other
We've got
tests?
3 results that haven't been consistent. One of them must be wrong.
Or 2.
Is it possible the problem isn't his blood? It's just psychological. I mean, he almost killed himself.
He wasn't trying to hurt himself.
No. He was just looking for an alien tracking device. I have time for one more. I'm planning for spending extra time down here. The artist formerly known as Kim is back upstairs. Oh, Dr. Cuddy wants something. She's busy. Yes, I did. Oh my God. You're okay.
Have we met?
I was one of your doctors. You were in a vegetative state when you left here last week.
Addison's disease. All I needed was cortisol, and my brain turned on like a switch.
This is amazing.
Surprised you didn't know.
How would I know?
Not quite my old self yet. Baby steps, the doctors tell me.
With
Now,
rehab, you'll do great. What hospital did you go to? How would
I want to have sex with my wife.
Oh.
And I was hoping that maybe you could.
Viagra. You're here for Viagra?
A bucket full would be nice. Dr. Cuddy. Hi.
It's completely unethical. He was reckless with the patient. He was right, but he didn't know that. He needs at least some glimmer of humility. Why does he need that? Because other people have that? Why does he need to be like other people? He needs to be less reckless. Well, you did it. He's dismissing symptoms, looking for easy solutions. He's in pain. How much pain? Why? You know this is affecting him, don't you? Telling him that he got his last case right won't do anything to help him. It'll make him less depressed, which might not help his life. But you don't know. Just let me run a PET scan on his parietal thalamic area to see if it's sensing pain. If it is, the ketamine isn't working anymore and he's headed for a huge crash. If it's not, leg pain is my fault, and I will tell him the truth.
Too tight?
My parents think I'm crazy.
No, they don't. I'm just worried about you, that's all.
Not weird. It's just that weird things keep happening to me.
It's like Finch.
If you make me better, do you think the aliens will leave me alone?
I think they're going to be bothering you too much longer.
You lying again?
No. You figure this out, it's going to be okay. Still with us?
Take the scientific it's a process. What you saw, the oxygen sign on an IV treatment, sodium nitrate.
See, ICU, Solik is hovering around 170. I left instructions to lower it slowly so we don't risk hyperperfusing his organs. Afraid of being that leaving his blood pressure that high risks stroke, MI, and blindness. My suggestions solve the case. Kidneys. Kidneys are clean. Tell me he's a mutant human hybrid? It is a bleeding disorder. As he tested positive for von Willebrand. I didn't screw up. How could he clot on his own 2 out of 3 times?
Maybe he cheated.
Right. Kids always cheat on their bleeding tongue tests.
She was being metaphorical. She was trying to sound like me. I have no idea what you meant, but I could smell what the rock was cooking.
I meant he's clotting right now and he's in hypertensive crisis. Maybe the two are related. What if he was hypertensive the other 2 times that he clotted?
Hypertensive crisis can activate clotting factors. Someone low on von Willebrands could theoretically clot.
And the first time Clancy clotted, he was all worked up recounting his alien abduction. He could have easily been hypertensive.
No, I get worked up when I cut microchip tracking implants out of my neck.
Sounds like a cheat to me.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, what's the differential for a 7-year-old boy suffering multiple hypertensive crises?
I think the problem is in your son's heart. We need to do a procedure called the transesophageal echo.
And that would fix his heart?
That will tell us where the problem is. Hopefully. Then we can fix it. Listen, this isn't really my job, but he's worried that you think he's crazy.
Isn't he?
There are still plenty of other explanations for what's going on. It's important he knows you believe in him. Even if you don't.
It's clean. His heart isn't the problem. I have a high def in my office. I'm a department head.
There are no structural defects.
Valves are intact.
Tissue characterization is impossible when the pixels are the size of Legos. See, this is what I'm talking about. Foreman, you gotta steal this thing for me.
Let me ring up one of the homies. The clearer the image, the clearer it is that there are no masses, no clots, no tears. The problem's got to be somewhere else.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. You're wrong, House.
You can make us break into the IMAX before you mention.
There. Where? Right there. Left side, no movement. Well, don't freeze it. Something's not moving. How do you see something not move if nothing's moving? I need the laser pointer.
We don't have a laser pointer.
Well, why not? Who's gonna take us seriously? We don't have a laser pointer. Right here. 2,000 myocytes, not beating with the rest.
So you found an arrhythmia?
That's not an arrhythmia. That's a no rhythmia. Myocytes contract. These aren't moving at all. Get me those myocytes. I want to talk to them in my office.
How's the kid doing?
Heart, exploded. Still beating though. Most of it anyway. Why did they bother putting age restrictions on these things when all I get to do is click, yes, I am 18? Even a 17-year-old could figure that out.
What's going on with the leg?
First, tell me what's going on with the boobs.
If you're feeling pain,
They're firmer.
it's called an underwire. I want to get a PET scan of your brain.
I think it's hormones.
As long as there's no increased activity in the thalamus,
Man, like those puppies are going into the dairy business.
then the pain can be good. Could be muscle regeneration. Training. After you work out, you get sore. Pain doesn't mean the ketamine failed.
I guess I should be saying muzzle tough. Who gets to pass out the cigars?
I'm not pregnant. I need to get a PET scan of your brain.
Boy or girl, you got a name picked out.
I'm not pregnant.
My leg doesn't hurt.
You're in denial.
No, I'm not. You got me. I thought that my leg was deteriorating. Don't you think I want to take steps to prevent that? Gotta go.
Here's Clancy's DNA. Here's the DNA from that piece of his heart we just biopsied.
It's impossible. Run it again. We already did. Once more,
The genes from Clancy's homicides don't match the genes from the rest of his body.
Alien DNA.
Anybody watch any X-Files that inspired an explanation? There are ways DNA can become mutated. Extreme UV radiation. How much sun? Dying with a healthy bronze glow.
Nitrous acid or amphibian bromide exposure.
First daddy was a rapist, now he's a chemist.
Various species of fungus have been proven mutagenic.
Unless the kid's been eating barrels of celery or living in Indonesia, or both.
Is your leg hurting?
Does that question help?
You're leaning.
You're sitting.
You're evading.
My head's hurting. Please, someone give me a plausible terrestrial explanation for this kid's alien DNA.
We could search his home for toxins, fungals, and radiation.
Who cares what caused it? A kid comes in with stroke. We don't conduct a search to see which classmate he got it from. We cure it. We know he's got this stuff inside of him. Let's get a scalpel and cut it out.
If we cut, chances are it's not just in his heart.
Well, we got lucky. How science can track, we can see that these weren't working. I don't know how the hell we're going to find it anywhere else.
What if we take the heart cells with the bad DNA and we tag them?
Can you phrase that in the form of a metaphor?
It's the same way we search for cancer. The bad DNA creates a unique protein on the surface of the affected cells. We create an antibody that recognizes only that protein, flush it through our system, and the similar cells light up like light bulbs.
Okay, let's do that.
You have to tell him. He said he wasn't in any pain. He's lying.
Of course he's lying.
We need another plan.
We talk about it that way.
What way?
Plan. Sounds like we're conspiring against them.
I'm gonna tell him.
No, you're not.
Then come up with a cunning plan and fast.
She's not nearly as delightful as she thinks she is.
What's this machine do?
Makes a lot of noise. It's going to help us figure out what's wrong with it.
You think House has lost a step?
He's fine. There. Clump of affected cells in the bone marrow of the femur. Spines intermittent bleeding disorder.
Because I don't need to subject myself to House's torture if there's no upside.
I'm telling you, he's fine. We missed some affected cells in his heart. Explains the continuing hypertensive issues.
You said the last case really confirmed. Now suddenly,
I was wrong.
so you changed your mind. Why? Any brilliant ideas on this case involving yours?
There's the reason for him needing glasses. Apparently it's a symptom. It means the condition
You
predates...
don't change your mind without reason. What do you know?
House didn't blow the last case. Cuddy cured the guy using House's idea. Cuddy and Wilson are trying to teach him some humility. Scan is complete. 3 hot spots for nothing in his brain. House's original theory was right. It's not neurological.
Is he going to be able to walk? His leg should be functional after some rehab.
Functional. What does that mean? He'll be able to walk but not run? He'll have a limp?
If everything goes well, he'll walk, he'll run, he'll probably be even stronger than he is now. When we close him up, we'll move over to his other legs and we catheter up through the femoral artery and into his heart. Once the affected areas are removed, his normal tissue will step back in and do its job. He should have no more problems with his blood pressure. After confirming those areas are clear, we'll start the final procedure. I'm going to insert a needle through the pupil and get rid of the abnormal cells in the retina. There's your right eye. Can you see my face?
Yeah, it's clear.
You can throw away your glasses. You got it all. Get some sleep. You're going home tomorrow.
Thank you.
You want to go for a run? What do you want? I want you to run. When did you become an enabler? Enable you to exercise. Vicodin blocks the pain. You get through your rehab. Muscle strength increases and pain decreases.
I'd rather not become dependent on pain pills to get through my day.
You're just like any other patient. Running away from knowledge that won't make you happy.
You're as happy as a pig in poop.
You're scared the ketamine treatment's wearing off. That was just a torturous window to the good life.
Part of poop didn't you understand?
How can you be so sure it isn't just a sore muscle?
It's my leg. Known each other a long time.
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll lead us right to the enemy.
Righty.
Right. Don't give them ground. Enough.
1080 भी तो नहीं है. What the fuck?
End
लोग इतने वर्ड क्यों?
Out. Sleep tight.
Dominating. Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
भाई मजा कितना आता है 180 पे 280 में
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off. Fight! Let's make them dance. कितना सैटिस्फाइंग सा नहीं है यार ये Discord.
10 kills remaining. Five kills remaining. One kill remaining.